Good morning. It's Tuesday. It's day 12 of the Murdaugh case. I think we're going into the 8th day of testimony. Day 12 overall, given jury selection. Yesterday was a lot. We started the morning with all of those evidentiary 403 and 404 motions, or not motions, hearings, evidence, witnesses. The judge granted that. The motive evidence is coming in. The defense proffered a limiting instruction, and a limiting instruction is appropriate. But what I didn't catch in the moment that I saw lawyer talking about last night, and if you don't catch his roundups at night, they are great. But I saw him talking about it last night, is that the limiting instruction says that it can't be considered for character. I think this is a massive either error or oversight on the part of the prosecution, because they're going to get into the real forge, fake forge account, and that shows character for lack of truthfulness. And if the jury's like, well, he wouldn't lie to the police, he wouldn't do this, he wouldn't do that. There's a lot of evidence of him lying about other shit. And you are allowed to talk about character for truthfulness or character to not be truthful. But that limiting instruction says you can't consider it for character. I don't know if the prosecution will try to revisit that, but it's allowed under 403 and 404 to consider it for those purposes. And yet, the prosecution's allowing the defense to write their own instruction. The model instructions include an instruction on propensity evidence. So the defense crafted their instruction that they wanted that was more favorable to them. That's their job. It's the job of the prosecution to say, actually, this part and this part aren't in the model instructions, those aren't appropriate, and to talk about it. They have 100 lawyers on their side of the bench. Someone needs to take the reins of this thing and make it cohesive, or not. We're just going to see. Today, we're going to start off with whether the judge is letting in the raincoat in addition to a tarp that's in evidence that came from like Walmart or something. It's not the tarp that was at the house. It's just some random demonstrative tarp. But now the demonstrative tarp is marked as evidence. Demonstratives are fine, but they're never evidence. Like big charts and graphs that are just for demo purposes aren't evidence. Oh, it's a Kmart tarp. Thank you, chat. Thank you, mods. It's not evidence. It's not connected to the crime. So if you're letting a tarp that somebody went down the road and bought and brought into evidence, then everything is just evidence. Everything is evidence. My pork and beans is evidence. My fucking pop socket is evidence. It's all evidence. I have cursed too early in this video. YouTube is going to be like, and you're done. If it, like at some point, it just evidence stops having meaning. I don't know what's happening. I just don't know what's happening in this trial, and I'm going to lose my mind all day, and we're going to see what happens. I'm also more frustrated than I was yesterday at the treatment of witness Shelley Smith. No one listened to her. She had a lot to say. She was clearly emotional. I ranted about this yesterday. Of course she is. A family she likes is going through it. Whether you think Alec did it or not, it's devastating to this family. Because if he didn't, he's being tried for something he didn't do, and his wife and son have been brutally murdered. And if he did, then he's being tried for brutally murdering his wife and son. And then in the days that follow, his father died. And Shelley Smith, who is the caregiver for his mother, lived with his mother and father and clearly had affection for them, as you would want someone who is a caregiver to do. But they talked over her. They didn't let her finish a sentence. The prosecution, when she was pausing to answer, kept jumping in to ask another question. What? Let her talk. These aren't law enforcement witnesses. These are civilian witnesses. They don't testify a lot. This is difficult. It is scary. They know it's being televised, which makes it even worse. And they just kept rushing to get an answer. It was just, they never asked the simple question. Shelley Smith gave them great evidence, but I worry that the prosecution is so close to the case, if the evidence isn't coming in the way they want it, that they're just steamrolling over it, which is not the way that you help a jury understand the truth. of what has happened and find the justice of what has happened. Steamrolling over witnesses is not the way to get to that answer. And when it comes to Shelley Smith, she said that Alec Murdaugh told her, if anyone asks if I was here 30 to 40 minutes, and then started talking about her job, and then was talking about how expensive her wedding is. But then the defense made it seem like that was on 2 different days. But then she said she was so concerned. Something about that struck her odd. So she called her brother, who is a chief of police, to talk to him about the interaction. And you know what the prosecutor didn't ask? They didn't ask why. Why did you call your brother? What did you want to talk to him about? Not what was said. What did you want to talk to him about? And why? I imagine it's because she felt so uncomfortable, because she knew that he was there the morning of the murder. And that doesn't even get in. That doesn't even get in to the prosecution just being like, oh, what's in this box of evidence? Let's just dump it in the trash can in the courtroom instead of just putting it back in the box. And that's before people were handling all the things without gloves, things that were covered in chemicals without gloves. It also didn't have blood. I'm just absolutely flabbergasted. I still don't know which way this case is going to go. If he is convicted, and he is convicted on the 404 evidence, the evidence that can't be used as propensity, the prior bad acts evidence, if he is convicted largely because of that, then this conviction, if there is a conviction, it will get appealed. If he is not convicted, which I can understand at this point, it's because the jury can't see a through line. And the defense's argument is that this investigation was sloppy and this prosecution was sloppy and it's a rush to judgment. And then in court, that's how they're acting. So whether he did it or not, I don't know if the jury's going to understand how they prove that he did it. Because they've got these moments of good evidence, and then everyone is arguing about a tarp or a raincoat. It's wild to me. It's wild. It's just wild. I'm seeing in the chat, could there be a mistrial? Somebody has to object to something for there to be a mistrial. Nothing has happened for there to be a mistrial because the attorneys are all just letting it happen. It's their job to do their job. And it's my job to talk to all of you about it. This is wild. I didn't think that this trial would have me more worked up than the Brooks trial. I lost my patience. In the Brooks trial because the judge gave him a million chances, because I think the judge was worried about appeal because the judge knew Brooks was going to get convicted, because everyone knew Brooks was going to get convicted. But this is wild. The prosecution is wild. I think they have too many prosecutors. I think they're too close to the case. I think Creighton Waters wants to convict Alec Murdaugh of everything, and that's too close. They need some objectivity. They need some objectivity. So we'll see. Does the raincoat's already in evidence. Are they allowed to testify that it was tested for GSR? I don't know. We're going to find out today. Let's roll it. For those of you that are new here, I could remind you to do the YouTube things, but I trust that you know what to do. If you want to subscribe, you will. It's free. It'll remind you when I'm here. If you want to find the things, I need to drink this. It's overly full. In my I Have Questions mug this morning, it's overly full. My hot water with lemon. Let me know where you're coming in from and what you're drinking. We're waiting on the court. They're taking their sweet tea time this morning, and I'm here for it. Hey there. I'm Emily D. Baker, the internet's go-to legal analyst, breaking down the legal side of the pop culture and entertainment stories we can't stop talking about. I'm a big fan of the cursey words. I've been a licensed attorney for over 17 years, but this is not legal advice. This is where the law nerds unite to talk about facts, not... Let's get into it. For those of you asking, I will be sending a text to the test crew. I just haven't had a chance to do it yet. Let's see. I am looking for a court feed. Oh, there we go. The court feed is going to court, but the other feed hasn't caught up. The judge is just taking the throne, because that is a glorious, glorious chair. The other feed hasn't caught up yet, so we're just using this one for now. We'll switch feeds in a minute. Courtney, I have to see how the rest of this case goes before I know if they'll retry it if there's a hung jury.
Good morning.
I have to see the rest of the case, and then I'll let you know. Do you think they know this case is harder to prove?
Further
They have to. They have to.
comment or argument regarding?
They have to know this case is harder to prove. I'm going to answer that more fulsomely in a minute. Thank you all for the compliments on my hair. It
Yesterday, the last Ms. Smith.
needed to be washed.
Ms.
Yes, Your
Smith's testimony. Yes.
Yes, Your Honor. We did get a transcript, overnight transcript of her testimony. It's very rough, but on recross, if you will, at page 90, I asked.
All right, this is caught up.
Script of her testimony.
Oh, that sounds appalling. I can't do that right now. All right, sorry. Transcript of her testimony. Oh, then we lost sound here. What is happening? How have we lost sound here? Oh, because I muted the tab.
The funeral.
Apologies.
She says no. And then I asked her, have you ever been in this closet before? Pointing to the state's exhibit where they show something folded up. She says, no, I haven't. And then I asked her, so you don't know what that is folded up there, do you? And she says, correct. And then I asked her if what's in that closet is this rain jacket, you've never seen Alec Murdaugh with this garment before, have you? And she says, no, I haven't. And that's the testimony and that's on page 90 of the rough transcript that we got.
To be fair to the prosecution, if it's bundled up, it doesn't look like a rain jacket. It's fair and truthful for her to say she didn't see a rain jacket. She saw a bundled up thing that looked like.
Your Honor, again, it is
tarp.
fairly rough to try to read some of this, but as I would go back and point to page 65, where the witness was asked to describe, again, she talked about observing Alec coming to the house at an unusual time, a few days after the murders, carrying a bundled up blue vinyl item. And then she was shown a picture with it in that closet where it was recovered. And she said, did you see a blue object in the center? Yes. Does it appear to look like the object you've described? Yes. You're saying yes. Is it the blue vinyl? This appears to be the same thing you saw the defendant holding.
Oh yeah, the courtroom's getting fuller day by day.
Of course, then you had subsequent testimony from the
Raincoat
crime scene investigator about recovering that very item that proved to be the raincoat, which of course, if you hold it out, is very, very large and very much like a tarp. So I think many of these issues that the defense is raising are issues for jury argument and go to weight, not admissibility.
No, the judge did not replay the video. It's up to the judge to rely on his memory and what the attorneys say in court.
The witness testified,
and that's what he's going to do right now.
On direct examination, that the item in evidence.
This is on his memory.
Appeared to be what Mr. Murdaugh brought into the house.
That's what he's relying on.
She said he was carrying something. It was in his arms. She said it was
bundled,
blue something, that it looked something like a tarp, blue something, but she did not know what it was. It wasn't opened up, and she could not clearly identify the item either as a tarp, as was shown by Mr. Griffin, or as a raincoat. She testified that the item presented was consistent in appearance with what Mr. Murdaugh brought into the home that night, and what was shown in the photograph that was taken. Certainly, Mr. Griffin did I would say an effective job in cross-examination.
He did. Mr. Griffin did an effective job.
Raising questions as to the credibility of the witness.
That goes to the jury's determination.
That is the exact job the jury has to do. That is weigh the credibility of the witness and to determine whether the testimony was consistent on the one hand or inconsistent on the other hand. And this witness's testimony was consistent on the one hand and inconsistent on the other hand, but that does not make the testimony
We might have to stay on this stream
inadmissible.
for a while. The sound is so much better.
It doesn't render the evidence inadmissible. Whether evidence can be made relevant and admissible through inference. The inferences can be drawn from the evidence. It is circumstantial evidence that is a part of this case, which suggests a fact by implication or inference. It could be the appearance of the scene of a crime, testimony that suggests a link to the crime, and if it can, facts can be proven through inference. The facts and circumstances through which the witness testified on direct and cross-examination and taking the testimony.
I think it was
as
distraction
a
from
whole.
the power of her testimony with the timing
The
and the fact
item
that
is
Alec
in
asked her to lie.
evidence. I find that it is relevant
I think
in
the
that
Tarp
it
raincoat
creates through
distracts from the
inference
main
facts
purpose.
that are in dispute in this case.
Truly.
And I deny the motion to strike her testimony, if that's what the motion is. I deny the
No.
motion to declare her testimony as being
No, it was
irrelevant.
no. It was they were asking to not allow the GSR
The latest motion was that
testimony.
it's prejudicial, or
It is prejudicial.
or the results of
It is prejudicial.
an examination of the item.
Most things in a criminal trial are. It's just
is
not
prejudicial.
unduly prejudicial.
Of course, we haven't had that testimony, but we have an item in evidence. We have many items in evidence. We have,
Yep.
Items are being placed in evidence as, what number are we up to now? 400, 500? 400 items of evidence. Witnesses have been questioned as to whether they walked the side of the roadway to see whether anything was along the roadway other than a cell phone. Witnesses have been questioned
At length.
as to whether or not they looked down the drain pipe or
They should have tested it. But
of a tub or shower, or just any number of questions been posed with the witness to the witnesses as it relates to discovery of evidence. This evidence was obtained through a search warrant. It is in evidence and it's there for the jury's consideration. Certainly, once an item is in evidence, and as long as a chain of custody has been established, there can be testimony as to
which it has
what
been.
it is or of what significance is it.
And
this
that's
stage we
for the
are
jury.
here in these proceedings. And I deny the motion to strike it, to find it.
He's not even clear on what
for
they're
relevance
asking for,
purposes
which is
or,
fair.
because it creates or presents evidence favorable to the state, which automatically means it would be prejudicial to the defendant.
If it's not prejudicial in a criminal trial, it's probably not
Yes, sir.
relevant.
Your Honor, just to clarify, the motion that
Yeah.
the defense made late yesterday afternoon was in advance of Megan
GSR.
Fletcher, SLED agent Megan Fletcher's testimony that there's GSR on the blue rain jacket. And so the motion was to prevent her from testifying as to the GSR, the testing of the rain jacket under 403. Understand the court's ruling. I don't think they're going to call Ms. Fletcher first, but when she
He's not
does
having
take the
it.
stand, we will, for the record,
Of
renew the
course.
objection.
Of
And-
course
So
you
that's
will.
just the point. You say you object under 403, claiming it's more prejudicial than probative. And that's a fact-finding issue. That's an issue to be weighed
It's supposed to be
not by me,
prejudicial.
but by the fact finder. I am to determine whether it's more prejudicial than probative. It's relevant. It's apparently important enough that the state seeks to use it.
The raincoat is
all
in evidence.
evidence adverse to
defense
the
doesn't
defendant can
want
be considered to be prejudicial.
Testimony about the gunshot residue testing on the raincoat.
I do not find where any prejudice
Deborah Ward, no.
substantially,
I wouldn't.
substantially outweighs its
That would be
probative
inappropriate
value.
of me to do. I will not.
So
I don't get
deny
involved
that
with the
motion.
cases I
certainly
cover at
respect
all.
your objection.
I just cover
The
them.
witness sort of all over the place with her testimony and appeared to be confused. I'm not sure she obviously was not of the same level of unable to articulate her thoughts through her emotions and through this setting of being examined and cross-examined in
And through
this
counsel
case.
cutting her
But
off.
the testimony taken as a whole shows that she identified the item as being consistent with what she thought the defendant brought in.
Yep.
She said he had something in it. It's important enough for her to contact someone about it and that landed her here on the witness stand, among other things, other reasons. But everything is noted and protected for the record.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. Ready for the jury.
Proceed, Your Honor.
All right. Regarding juror number 729.
Oh, what are we going to do with
I
729?
spoke with him briefly. I spoke with.
I'm going to get to this question in a minute.
I've now said him. Spoke with that juror briefly this morning. And he's going to stay with us. He's made some arrangements, he thinks, with his job, and he's going to stay with us. We have another juror, however, juror number 548, who made contact with the court and says that he's at the emergency room this morning. We don't know what his situation is. He is an alternate juror, and we'll need to proceed without him.
And let
Juror
him be
number
excused.
548.
There's nothing you can do about that. That's why there's alternates. They're going to start
As
running into
time
this
passes,
problem
attrition kicks in.
because they're going long.
We've done well thus far. This will be the first juror who will be excused. He's at the emergency room. We don't know how long he'll be there. We're not going to delay the trial until we find out. So we'll proceed without that juror. Yes, sir.
Stay, Your Honor.
All right.
That's fair.
You bring the jury.
Bring the jury. It's time. It's time to bring the jury. It's time. What happened with the shirt with the blood spatter on it? Was it ruled out or still TBD? Still TBD. The state hasn't offered it as evidence yet, and they might not. Their case is already confusing. The blood spatter is gonna make it worse. Thank you. Duchess of Dissent said you can cut off a witness on cross. Yes, but they cut this witness off at almost every turn where she was trying to talk, which I found very frustrating. Normally on cross, you let them answer, and if they're not answering yes or no or in the right format, then you say, that's not what I asked or what have you. This witness was not a difficult to control witness. She wasn't evading answers. I don't think. She was trying to get her answers out, and then they would cut her off before she would finish or not ask her to elaborate if she dropped to the end of her answer. Didn't the judge just say he isn't the judge of what is prejudicial? No, he said he's the judge of what is prejudicial, more prejudicial than probative, but the jury decides what weight to give it. That is a jury determination. How much weight to give that evidence, not the judge's job, just to clarify.
The jury is present, sir.
All right, very good. Thank you.
Yeah,
Good
this,
morning.
I think so. This is going to be another 2 weeks.
Day number 12. Day number 12. 11.
12.
Day number 11.
12.
Sure? 12.
It's
I said
12.
12, yeah. Day number 12, state's case.
What's the lowest number of jurors allowed?
5 days in a week.
12. Also 12. Also 12.
May proceed, state's case.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. The state would call Jeanne Seckinger.
Yeah. Jeanne Seckinger has good testimony. Oh, they're starting hot this morning.
renew our objection to this witness's question.
Oh,
And-
Jim, sit down. It's happening. It is happening. I'm going to need her spelling again. I know we have it somewhere. Jeanne Seckinger's testimony was fascinating. If any of you didn't see it the first time, it is time.
State your name again.
It is too early to start getting spam on Facebook. My God. There are times when I question the propriety of co-streaming.
My name is Jeanne Seckinger, Seckinger.
Ms. Seckinger, how you doing today?
I'm good.
Awesome. Tell the jury a little bit about yourself. If you could, just kind of introduce yourself. Where'd you grow up? Where'd you go to school?
I grew up in Hampton, South Carolina, graduated from Wayne Hampton, went to the University of South Carolina where I got my BS in accounting. After that, I worked a number of years in public accounting. Then I transferred into as a financial analyst with Westinghouse in Hampton. And after the birth of my second child, I stayed home and worked for my husband just a few years. And in 1999, I came to work with the firm on a part-time basis, doing some special projects, and have not left. And that job has grown since that time till I was over all the business aspects and financial aspects of the law firm.
All right. Which law firm are you talking about?
Peters, Murdaugh, Parker, Elsdorf, Dietrich.
Is that
Known as-
PMPED?
That's correct.
PMPED.
Is that what the firm is currently known, or is it known by a different name?
We are now a separate entity that we've reorganized as Parker Law Group LLP.
Why'd you reorganize?
You know the defendant, Alec Murdaugh, over
Because
there.
of
I
him.
do,
Do you see him in the courtroom?
I do.
Can you identify him, please?
He's in the blue jacket and white shirt sitting between Jim and Dick.
He's not rocking back and forth
Your Honor, can
today.
the record reflect she's identified the defendant? Yes. Was he a partner in the law firm you're speaking of?
He was.
Is he a partner anymore?
No,
And we're going to talk about some of those things, the reasons for that here today. Is that correct?
that's correct.
Open-ended
All right, so I'm going to call it
questions, Creighton.
PMPED, what we're talking about. Is that fair?
That's fair.
All right, well, tell me, you talked a little bit about your role in PMPED. What would you consider your role, or how would you define your role, particularly as we're moving into June of 2021?
At that point, I would be CFO/COO, basically overall office management and all financial affairs of the office.
lot of
Over
work.
hiring and firing, HR, just any, like I said,
All
any
right, I'm
business
going to
aspect of the firm.
switch
So CFO, that means what?
so we can
Chief
see Alec
Financial
too.
Officer,
And COO, that means what?
Chief Operating Officer.
Yep. All right.
HR, just any, like I said, any business aspect of
We're
the
going to
firm.
try to deal with this
CFO, that means
sound.
what?
Chief Financial Officer,
And COO, that means what?
Chief Operating Officer.
They've gained their
And so
sound
kind of
up.
combine those jobs.
Are you a lawyer?
I'm not.
Or are you an accountant?
I am.
You definitely
Is that
don't want a
working
lawyer
there
to
at
be
that
your
time?
CFO.
I think Alec came to work the year after me.
Okay. Did you know him prior to that?
I did. I've known Alec since I was 16 years old in high school.
Y'all went to high school together?
We did. He's a few years behind me, but we were in the same school.
And you worked with Alec at the law firm up until September of 2021?
I did.
Let's talk a little bit, if we could, about the law firm itself. And
Okay,
tell
hopefully
me a
that
little bit
works.
about the financial structure of the law firm. How does it work that fees come into the law firm, and how do they get dispersed at the end of the year? Can you explain that to the jury a little bit?
Yes. So every fee that any attorney makes is property of the law firm. It comes into the law firm and goes into the law firm's accounts. And it
Dawn, I
is sitting in
can't.
kind of what we call a holding
This
account
feeds
that we just amass the money.
Slight delay.
We have another
because
account
they
called the
accommodate
operating account
closed
that we use to
captioning.
pay the daily bills of the law firm, wages, insurance,
But I think
office
we've got
supplies,
it.
et cetera. Each attorney in the law firm is also an employee of the law firm. They receive a paycheck just like most people do, with W-2 taxes taken out and W-2 at the end of the year. When we get to the end of the year, we figure the net profit of the law firm, basically everything brought in and everything paid out to date. And we distribute that money based off a ratio of
How the law firm works.
what that attorney brought in to total. So if an attorney brought in 10%, he's going to get roughly 10% of the net income at the end of the year. And we do that in a form of a bonus one time at the end of the year.
When is that bonus typically paid?
That bonus is typically paid the last week of December every year.
And is that for most cases and most of the partners, as we're going to call them in the law firm, is that the vast majority of their compensation of the year is getting it all in one lump sum at the end of the year in December?
That's correct. They receive a salary of 125 through the year that they're paid every 2 weeks, but the vast majority of their money comes in that one bonus check.
Okay.
That's
Now, you
not
mentioned there was a
uncommon.
salary. Looking back at June of 2021, what were the partners in the law firm? What were they getting as a salary?
Let's see.
125,000 a year,
All right, 125,000, and that was broken up into checks like people are
26
used
times
to.
a year, yes.
Okay. And then,
Well, now she's the one cutting
so
people
that
off,
has
and
to
I'm
be
kind of here
accounted
for it.
Before the bonuses are paid, correct?
That's correct.
Salaries not only for the partners, but also for all the other employees.
That's correct, all staff.
All right, and is there other overhead that has to be accounted for out of the fees before that bonus can be paid?
Yes, all the other overhead is the basic operating expenditures like I discussed, rent for the building, insurance coverage for the employees, office supplies, case costs that we advance for our clients. We pay things as we go during the case. We pay experts, record fees. All of that is part of
Well,
overhead. So
it's
after everything
125
that's
a year
paid,
plus, like,
everything brought in,
hundreds of
after
thousands
everything
to
is
millions
paid
in
out,
bonuses.
is what we call that net income that we distribute.
Is there some sort of 7.5% fund?
No, this is very
or
common.
Offset. that has to
Especially
be
for this
accounted
type of
for as
firm.
well before the bonus is paid.
There is.
Why
We
is she
have what
back?
we call a 7.5% kind of profit sharing.
She's
And
testifying
everybody
before the
takes
jury.
their gross
looking at the
fees
jury.
less their portion of overhead. We take overhead and divide it by the number of partners. And so you would take, let's just use numbers. If your gross fees were $100,000 and your overhead was $50,000, you have a net of $50,000. And we take 7.5% of that and put it in a pot and divide it back evenly in between everybody. And that purpose is meant to cover when somebody has a high year or a low year. It kind of helps people out and it helps account for differences and expenses between each attorney.
So all of that has to be taken care of before the bonus is paid
No,
out to the partners
she
at
gets
the end of the
paid,
year.
they
Is that
get
That's
correct?
paid
correct.
125
And then
a
whatever money's left
year.
over is divided up based on the percentage
125 a year,
of the
then
fees
bonus.
that particular partner brought in of the whole for the year. Is that
That's correct.
So if you had a better year, you're going to get a little bit more than somebody who didn't have as good a year.
Absolutely.
Okay.
This witness has also testified before
over
the
time,
grand jury and before
being the
federal
CFO,
juries.
Did Murdaugh have a very lucrative practice?
In
He
the,
did,
Were there times where his bonus was high six figures?
definitely.
Were there times his bonus was seven figures?
There has been.
And was it typical for the vast majority of his compensation to be in that one-time bonus at the end of the year as opposed to the $125,000 salary?
Yes, his and everybody else's.
That $125,000 salary for these individuals was a fairly small part of the compensation.
Correct.
so the 125 is the base pay, then the bonus at the end of the year. So she testified at the federal
Now,
trial
one the
of
things
Russell
that you mentioned
Lafitte, who was
is that At
convicted.
the very beginning, as you said, all fees belong
Who's also
to the
apparently
firm.
her
Is that right?
cousin.
That was right.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 310 in
No,
your testimony.
Russell
real quick
Lafitte's her
and see if you
brother-in-law.
can, recognize this particular document.
I need a chart like a
I
Greek
do. This is
tragedy.
the employment agreement that each of the attorneys in the firm sign.
All right. Take that back real quick. Can I have the element, please?
It's a $125,000 annual salary paid every 2 weeks. So the 125 is the total,
No
and then
additional
they get
objection, Joe.
paid every 2
It's admitted.
weeks. So she testified at the federal trial of Russell Lafitte from Palmetto State Bank. I believe she testified at the federal grand jury. She probably knows people in this courtroom. And she is the one who started asking the questions at the law firm. There were questions already being asked through Mandy Matney's reporting about what was going on with the settlement for Gloria Satterfield, but she's the one who started asking questions about money at the law firm.
All right.
In the chat, Leslie Luther
So is
asked
this
about
the,
nepotism.
is this Exhibit
It's a
310?
small
Is this the
area.
first
Everyone's
page of that
related.
agreement?
Yes,
All right, and on your little screen up there, can you read that all right?
Everybody's got connections to
Yes.
each other. It is a
Now,
small
We
area.
look at it's talking about employer and employees. Now, we've been talking about the law firm partners, but in the agreement, what are they referred to as?
they're actually shareholders, so we refer to them as partners in the fact that they all work together and support each other. But because of the type of tax entity we are, they're shareholders. It's just a legal and accounting determination, but in fact, you'll see them referred to as shareholders.
All right, but in this agreement, they're called employees, correct?
That's correct.
Now, just real quick, you talked about paying out the bonus
Chat,
at the end of the year.
I've seen her
and that's
testify twice
where
now.
the vast majority of
She gets
compensation
one,
for
they
the
get
partners
125
goes
a
out.
year.
Is there a tax reason for that? Do y'all clear the books at the end of the year?
We do clear the books at the end of the year. We function as a C corporation, which means any money that's left in that C
Double
corporation would
taxed.
pay a tax too. So to avoid double taxation, we pass that money down to the partners to the best of our ability.
All right, and so you try to zero out the books?
We do.
All right, and
The
that's
only way
to
to do
avoid
it.
taxing on anything that remained in the firm account.
They get
Correct.
double taxed.
So let me ask you this, if the firm essentially zeroes out the books by paying these bonuses to all the partners at the end of the year, how do you operate in the few, January and February where we're at now before fees start to come in? What money do you use to do that?
So typically, a group of partners will go in and loan money back to the firm to cover our first couple months of operating expenses. And as we recover money through the year, we'll pay them back and pay them off. So we're basically starting at almost a negative by borrowing that money.
All right, and so some of the partners will loan money to the firm to operate until there's enough fees that come in to generate enough money. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do the partners have to do that, or is that something
She
they can
called
do
the
if they
firm a
want?
brotherhood.
That's something that they can do if they
We'll
want.
see if she says it
Was
again.
Alec one to ever do that?
Alec never did that.
He never did that. Okay.
Oh,
Before we go on back to this
Never.
agreement, let me ask you a little bit. As far as the firm
That's
accounts, you
new.
mentioned there's an operating account, correct?
That's correct.
And then there's a client trust account, correct?
That's correct.
Trust account.
Trust account.
Tell me what the
He likes
client
the word
trust account
trust.
is, please.
So the trust account is a fiduciary account, meaning that we have the responsibility to maintain and safeguard that money. It's where the account, whenever a case settles, that the money that is paid from the insurance company or individual from the defendant is put into that client trust account. And that is also where the money is dispersed out to any
and remember, Alec's brother,
clients or any lien
also
holders or
works at
anything
this
to do with
firm.
that disbursement. It's also where we collect our fees and expenses from.
And are there legal obligations and money in the client trust account to ensure that that money only goes to the legitimate places it's supposed to go?
That's correct.
And if the law firm wins the case, whether by settlement or by trial, any recovery they get, does it go in that trust account first before the law firm gets paid?
Everything does, yes.
Now, I'm going to go back to exhibits, the employment agreement, I believe is exhibit 310. And right here in line 3, right there, can you read that to the jury, please?
Services for the benefit of employer. All professional services rendered by the employee shall be rendered as an employee of the employer, and all proceeds and remuneration received therefore shall inure to the employer's benefit.
All right, and this is the agreement signed by all the partners, correct?
Correct,
And back in 2021, it was signed by Alec Murdaugh, correct?
correct,
And all the years prior, correct?
correct.
And what does that provision mean?
the brother works
Explain
with the
that again
new
to the jury.
entity.
That means that any work they do providing legal services and any money earned by them belongs to the law firm, not the partner to the law firm, and should run through the law firm's books.
And
Randy,
it goes to the law firm's books.
Randy
before it can-
works
Correct.
with
And
Parker's
then they
Law
have to
Group
wait till
still.
the end of the year for it
Is
to
my
be accounted
understanding.
for after paying all the overhead and the salary and the 7.5 and all the rest of it.
That's correct.
If a law partner were to divert fees to himself personally and not send them to the law firm, what would that be?
Theft.
Stealing,
Stealing. Okay. All right.
They're coming in hot today with this testimony because it's interesting to the jury. It's smart of the prosecution to do this before lunch.
Tell me a little bit.
This is when they're most awake
if
and
you
most paying
would,
attention.
About the management structure of the law firm. How does it work? Just very quickly.
so each attorney, apparently, they all, I can't even speak, they all have equal authority and equal choice. But basically, we'll have a little committee each year that we can go to with day-to-day issues and make some basic decisions that are then gone on and voted by the whole firm. I report directly to each and every attorney. So I would handle day-to-day obligations within certain authorities. And if I had an issue, then I would go to this committee or somebody who is present, because a lot of times attorneys are out of the building, traveling and hard, and it would kind of go up the rank from there.
Okay. Was Alec very involved in the actual management of the firm?
No,
Were other partners more involved in the management of the firm?
yes.
Tell me, what was your observation of Alec as a lawyer in the office? What was your observations and characterization?
Alec kept different hours than a lot of the rest of us. He came in and he would work late. Always loud, always busy, always in a rush. He had the gift of gab,
I
but
feel a
he
little
always
called
seemed
out.
last minute and hurried and frenetic.
I feel a little attacked.
Always last minute and frenetic?
Yes,
What about his cell phone use? How was he with a cell phone?
constantly on the phone.
Constantly on the phone. What were your observations of him as a lawyer?
I think
Oh.
Alec was successful more, not from his work ethic, but from his ability to establish relationships and to manipulate people into settlements.
This is what I've heard about
and
him a
clients into
lot.
liking him. So he did it through the art of bullshit, basically.
Wow.
That can be an art.
Mhm.
He was,
Did he,
he
in your
brought in the
estimation,
people.
in your judgment?
He
was
wasn't a
more of
bright
technical
lawyer.
type lawyer, or was he one that really understood how to use the
she wants to
emotion
say
of the
he was a
case?
He would
stupid
use the
lawyer.
emotion of a case and the emotion of his clients.
Did he understand the emotional value that the sympathies of a case could have?
I would,
He's asked her to testify as what he understands.
She wants to say
what's in
he's not
his
very
mind.
smart.
Object.
This is what we've heard, that he's
Sustain
not
the
a
objection.
very good lawyer. That was a speaking objection, that he's not a very good lawyer, but that he had a very good repertoire with people he brought in cases.
Your observations of Alec as a
He
lawyer.
didn't work them.
What skills did you see in how he was able to value a case?
I would think that he was able to read the client. And it seemed he always got higher settlements than it looks like they should appear, going back when we reviewed everything. So I think that he used his personality more than technical skill. I think that, we look back and we see things that were manipulated and set up, and I believe he did that a lot with his clients as well.
You mentioned, did Alec get good results? Did the defendant get good results?
It appeared that they usually did, yes.
Were they very lucrative results?
Yes.
There is a balance, especially in
any
plaintiff's work, of
Observations,
personality
working with Alec for
versus
20-some odd
technical
years
skill.
about his
You
memory.
have to be personable.
I think that looking back, where I thought he was chaotic and didn't remember things or kind of got bored with details sometimes and wouldn't finish things off, I really think looking back, as we've gone back and pieced together a lot of this, that we saw where he would tell people one thing and another person another. So in my opinion, looking back, I think he had almost a photographic memory, to keep all the balls in the air that we now saw were in the air. It appears that he would have to have a really strong memory.
Interesting.
Stand by for me real quick.
Stand by. Almost photographic memory to keep all the balls in the air, to keep all the lies going. Interesting. So she called out his personality. Look, in plaintiff's work, that's a lot of it. Bringing in clients, making them trust you. But then you're supposed to follow through and ethically do the legal work, not just bringing in the clients. But this is what we've seen with Murdaugh and Tom Girardi. They were able to persuade people to trust them with their name, with their status, with their power, with their wealth, with their name, and with their perceived reputation. And that is what Alec used to his advantage, not his legal skill, his
You
power.
mentioned before that for the firm
His
to
family's
operate
name.
at the beginning of the year after it cleared its books, that it would loan from or take loans from partners at their option in order to sort of give some seed money until fees started to roll in. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 428 to your testimony and just have you take a look at that and ask if you recognize those documents as it relates to a particular instance involving the defendant.
I do.
All right. And tell me about this instance. What happened here, please?
Just
Okay,
like
so this
Girardi.
is in 2017, a check for the payment got
She's given this
mistakenly
testimony
written
to the grand
R.
jury, it's my
Alexander
belief.
Murdaugh instead of his brother Randolph Murdaugh.
Similar testimony at a
So
federal
the loan
trial.
payoff was
At
written
this
to
trial,
Alec.
this is her fourth time
Let me slow
testifying
down.
about these
So does
facts
his
to
brother
my
work for the law
knowledge.
firm?
His brother does work for the law firm.
And what name does he go by?
He goes by Randy Murdaugh. His legal name is Randolph Murdaugh IV.
Had Randy Murdaugh
Randolph
loaned money
the
to the law
fourth.
firm?
He did.
Had Alec Murdaugh loaned all?
No.
All right. And so what happened then?
So as we said, we had the clerical error. And a few days later, Alec came to our staff, and it's not quite clear which staff because our records don't show that, but a voided check, he acted as if he'd lost this original check and had another check
This is what he
written.
stole from his brother.
So a replacement check was then written to Alec again, which was a mistake again.
Did that second check get cashed?
The second check got cashed pretty much immediately within a week or two. And then about a year later, the first check got cashed as well. And that's when I caught in the system that he had cashed both checks. And looking back, I realized that the mistake had been made, that somebody had hit, their names are right beside each other in the vendor list, and that they had made a clerical mistake, and that he was paid money that he was not owed.
All right. Ultimately, did he get that money twice that he was not supposed to have received?
He did,
And ultimately, was it because he claimed that he had lost the first check?
correct.
Ultimately, did he cash both checks?
He did,
And cash the original one a year later? Is that correct?
correct.
All right. Was he confronted about this back at that time when it was detected, I guess, in 2017? Is that right?
He was.
And he was confronted at that time?
He was not, I don't remember that he was confronted by me. I know that Danny Henderson spoke with him about it, and Alec just claimed that he made a mistake and thought that he had paid money, that he had loaned the money that year. And Danny chose to kind of let it go and sweep it under the rug.
Did he pay it back at that point?
He did pay it back.
All right. So that happened and the explanation was given and then he was allowed to pay it back. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And everybody moved on, right?
That's correct. I have to point out that it was, these attorneys worked as a brotherhood and were very family, and they trusted him and accepted this the explanation.
There's the brotherhood.
What was that word you just used? You said it was a brotherhood?
Yes,
Creighton, if you say what was the
So
word you just
when
used
the
and then
attorneys
stop,
are
it won't be
dealing with one
leading.
another, when the attorneys are dealing with you, how are y'all dealing with one another? What's the basis?
Creighton
of
is
that?
clearly
Trust.
more comfortable
Trust.
with the
Trust.
financial
And
crimes.
so over the years, when Alec Murdaugh would tell you to do a transaction or anything like that, what were you relying on?
his word and trust.
Are you generally familiar with what's been known as the boat case?
Yes,
Who isn't?
And do you remember that occurring around in February 2019?
I do.
All right. And again, I'm not without going into the specifics of the boat case, what was your general understanding of the boat case? Well, let me ask you this. Was his son Paul charged with driving the boat in the boat case, to your knowledge?
Yes,
And was Alec Murdaugh sued civilly in the boat case because of the death of Mallory Beach?
yes.
After the boat case, did you notice any changes in Alec's behavior or his demeanor around the office?
I can't say that I really did up until November, December of late 20.
Okay. And what'd you notice then?
Oh, open. Look at
Didn't
that.
really notice it then, and we can go back and notice it now. That's when he started making some disbursements that he was stealing from that started getting sloppy. So the things that I noticed are more in hindsight.
It's easier to connect the dots looking
I'll put this
backwards.
exhibit up on the screen. Let me,
The thing is, the
getting ahead of
prosecution
myself.
knows
is
that in this
exhibit,
case, and they should be able to
428,
connect the
federal
dots.
evidence.
But it's easier to connect the dots looking backwards.
All right.
Submit it without objection.
428, this is this is the loan check you were talking about, is that right?
That's right.
This is where.
The leading
Alex-
questions are a problem for me,
Emergency
but the defense
received
has to object for them to be a problem on the record.
That's right.
And then ultimately managed to get the same amount twice, is that correct?
That's right.
All right. And
Creighton in this is
How much is that
tying
check
these
for?
things together. It's totally different than his examination of the other witnesses.
Yeah, you're gonna have to.
I'll bring it to you. Screen over here is bigger than that.
That's fair.
It was for $121,358.63.
That's Randy Murdaugh.
$121,000, correct?
That's correct.
When you received the check, did Alex say?
And I'm not
"No, this
surprised I
isn't
zoomed
mine.
in on
This
him.
is
They're
my
like, oh, your brother stole from you.
$121,000
Have you heard
No,
this
he didn't.
testimony yet? Did you know that?
Now, you mentioned, you started to talk
Randy
about some things you
definitely
noticed
has
in
a
late
look on his
2020,
face.
And let's just set the table a little bit more before we do that. You mentioned disbursements. Tell the jury, before we see some paperwork, tell the jury how disbursements go about. Is there certain paperwork that's done, and how do the lawyers interface with the finance stuff for that to be accomplished?
Okay, so a disbursement after a case is won, or what we call settled, the money comes into the client trust, just like I talked about. A disbursement will recap how much money was won, how much attorney fees, how much expenses were withheld or earned for our firm in that. And then it will list any
I
loans
know.
or liens. that
Nobody
need to be
thought
paid
about
off.
it with
And what I mean by
PMPED.
that is like medical liens, medical bills, insurance companies getting their money back for items that they paid, and then it will show the balance that goes to the client.
And so then how do they interface with the finance staff? What does the finance staff do as opposed to when the attorneys prepare those disbursement forms?
It comes over to our finance department. We have the supporting documentation with it, and we will process the checks based off the attorney's signature. Those then go back to the attorneys that handled the case or the paralegals that handled the case. They meet with the client and explain the disbursement to them and give them the funds.
Randy has not been there every day
Is the finance staff
And I
relying
imagine
on
there's
what
tension
the lawyers are sending them
because
to
he still works at the law
determine what
firm.
checks should be cut?
Yes. With support.
There's got to be tension.
With support.
Yes.
Ultimately, are they trusting the attorneys to provide them the correct information?
We are.
All right, so you mentioned that something that happened in late 2020 that was the first things that you started to notice in the wake of the boating case that was a little different. And tell the jury what you were about to talk about.
As I said, in late 2020, I really didn't notice it at that point. But
Yes, Randy still works
some of these
at the
items that we're going to
reformatted
discuss
firm,
started happening at that point.
Parker Law Group.
My discovery of things started coming to a head in May of 21.
May of 2021.
Yes.
All right, and tell me what was the first thing that came to your attention?
For those of you new, the
Because
murders
one thing that
happened
came
in
to
early
attention
June
was
21.
a disbursement that the fees were made out and processed to Forge Consulting. And what that meant is that the fees weren't going into our personal account like they should. They weren't going to the firm. Forge Consulting is a true company that you can do structures of attorney fees, but the way that this was done was not correct. To do a correct structure,
Let
you
me
have,
slow you down so we can unpack this a little
Okay.
bit. All right. Let's first talk about what is
Just
a
let her go.
structure. What is a structure? What does that mean?
so a structure means that you can set up a fee
That's fair. We've already heard her
in
once.
the agreement with the insurance company that you can put that money into an annuity that you'll get it out later. You can avoid taxes now and take them out when you're 65 or whatever year you determine. So it's a way that they can defer income for retirement. If they're having a good year, they can do that.
So maybe an explanation would be kind of like the lottery. You can either get your settlement in one lump sum or you can get it paid over time, correct?
Correct,
All right. And so this is what a structure is getting it paid over time.
correct.
And are there tax benefits associated with doing a structure?
They would avoid taxes at the year that they made the fee, and they would pay the taxes when they got it out, similar to your retirement 401k.
And is it sometimes common for plaintiffs' lawyers who get recoveries for clients,
We're
to
getting into real forge, fake
have
forge
their
territory.
clients get the settlement in a structure
forge.
as opposed to getting it in all one lump sum so that there's some security over time with that money?
It is definitely a vehicle that can be used by plaintiffs' lawyers. We don't do it very often within our firm. And when it is done, it has to be, every partner needs to know about it and needs to be agreed upon. Because obviously that money's not coming into the firm to help with overhead and expenses. So we have to agree on it. And we
Creighton's
have
done
to
a lot of
account for it in
trials.
our allocations at the end of the year.
People
to
must
determine
not object to
bonuses that we're
leading
gonna
much.
pay out.
Sure, but I'm talking about with clients right now. So clients that receive a settlement, they can
Okay.
elect to either get it in one lump sum, or they can get a structured annuity over time where they get it however much a year for the however many years it goes. Correct?
Yes, that's true too.
Kind of like the lottery, you can get the whole big thing, but with taxes, or you can get a bigger sum over time.
That's correct.
And so some clients might choose to get it over time so that their money is more secure over a longer time.
I think we'll see
Correct. And you
Mr. Real
generally see
Forge.
that when
next.
it's a minor
That would make
involved
sense.
or somebody with special needs that has a disability of some sort.
And so what is Forge Consulting? The legitimate business Forge Consulting, what do they
There
do?
is an
They
extra
set up
microphone.
structured
for
annuities
their
for clients like we're talking about.
paid for
They do
transcripts.
special needs trusts for people who are injured or going to need life
Though
care
it could
plans.
also be the mic for TV.
They handle that kind of, they have a few other things that they do, but I'm not familiar as much with those services.
If they provided services over the years, the legitimate company, Forge Consulting, legitimate services to the law firm and its clients over the years and helping them set up structured settlements.
We do, we've used them 250 to 300 times.
And who's kind of like the main guy at Forge Consulting, the legitimate business?
Michael Gunn.
The chat knows.
Now,
They're
you
gonna be
mentioned
thirsty
that
when he
we're not
testifies.
talking now about the client structuring their settlements, but what if a lawyer wins a big case and wants to, so he's going to get a huge fee. Let me ask you this first. Generally, what is the legal fees for the firm when they win a case, whether by settlement or by trial?
Generally, they're 33% to 40%, and it depends on what stage the case was in or the work we had to do. So if we settle a case before we have to start doing summons and complaints and
Expensive shit.
depositions or going to trial, we take 33 1/3%. If it goes further, we do 40%, and it can go to 45% if it's on an appeal.
What?
But generally speaking, it's between 1/3 and 40%.
Huh.
So let's say that somebody's a partner and let's say they win a case of $10 million. and it
Even
was a
Girardi
40%
started out
win,
in
so
like
they're gonna
20 to
get a $4 million
25%.
fee, correct?
Correct.
All right, let's say that they decided that instead of taking that fee, that $4 million fee,
Lauren,
they want to structure that fee.
facts,
just like
we have
the
not
client
seen
would.
Captain
Can
America
they do
yet.
that?
They can do that, and that's what I was referring to before with the.
I did, Rebecca. I said gonna be, and I
authorization
stand
of the
by
other
it.
Partners and making sure that we have enough
I will not
money to
take it back.
operate and enough
Stand
money
by
to
it.
account for it. If they do that, it's supposed to be done in the release, and the insurance company will send the money directly to Forge Consulting and not through us.
Okay. Because it can't go through y'all directly or it doesn't work. Is that
Or he
correct?
would not get the tax benefit of it.
And if an attorney still had to do that, they're going to have to work everything out with y'all to make sure everything's accounted for the end of the year bonuses.
Yeah,
and everything else.
25 to
That's correct.
33 is
Is
normal.
that a
40
common
gets a
thing that
little
people in the firm
high
were doing?
after
No.
litigation,
Right.
but
So,
it's typical.
kind of setting all that
45
up,
is
what came to your attention as
high.
it related to the defendant, Alec Murdaugh?
So in May 17, there was a disbursement called Hirschberger that the fees were said, I'd have to look at the exact disbursement, but it said structured fees forged, and it had an amount.
Let me get some more real quick.
Yeah. 30, that 25 to 33 is average. 40 starts getting a little high. 45 is quite high. quite high. But again, they say that's if it goes to appeal and what have you. But instead of taking more fees, I guess they could take more costs, but that's how they structure it. People sign it. They are one of the biggest firms or were one of the biggest firms in the area. But the thing that's so frustrating is, remember, he is taking what, 33 to 40% of bigger settlements than most attorneys in the firm get, and is still stealing them. That's the thing that just is wild to me. It's the same thing I yell about
show you what's been
in
marked
tomorrow's
as Exhibit
podcast about Tom
429 in your
Girardi.
testimony, and have you just flip through that real quick?
It's
and
wild.
Tell me generally what that is.
Okay, this is.
Oh, yeah, there's no rocking.
The disbursements to do with the money recovered in the Hirschberger case. And this one had multiple disbursements.
All right, but let's just talk about the one you were just referring to. And
Okay.
I'll show it to you
It's this page.
on the third page of this exhibit. Is that right?
That's
Creighton
right.
is much
All right,
more
pick up your
comfortable with
story. What
this
did you
type of
notice,
evidence.
that came to your
It's
attention?
clear he's in his
So,
wheelhouse.
It says PMPED attorney fee. in
Yes, I hear
parentheses,
too.
Had Forge. The check had been made out payable to Forge. And
Sarah
I knew this
50's
was
high.
incorrect, so I went and had a discussion with Alec about this. And the basics of the discussion is we needed to know about if they were going to do a structured annuity, we needed to do it. Also told him that the way he had done it was incorrect, that he would not be saving any tax consequences.
'Cause she
that
thought-
he needed to properly set it up.
She thought that was the
with the
point.
insurance company on the front side.
She's like, let me do my job. You've done this
At least
wrong.
From what you knew at the time, why did you think it was not being done right?
Basically, because it should have gone from the insurance company directly to Forge. We would not write a check and send it.
That's fair. She's
to
trying to do
Forge
her
for
work.
a structured fee.
She's like, sir,
Let me put this up on the
You did
screen
it
just
wrong.
real quick.
No other objection to 429.
All right, and this time I move,
so
State
she's trying to do
429
her job
evidence, I
thinking
believe,
he's trying to
without
save some
additional
on
objection.
taxes, which attorneys are going to do. But
All right.
that wasn't the point.
So is this the disbursement sheet you were talking about?
Yes, sir.
And this is generally the first one the jury's seen, but is this generally how disbursement sheets look that are prepared by the law firm?
Yes, you generally see the caption and then our inside number, which is the matter ID. You'll see the recovery and who's paid out. Then the next section should be your fee and expenses.
All right, so you got the fee right there, correct?
That's correct.
And then you have expenses, and what are expenses?
So the expenses are the case costs that we paid going along, cost to get depositions and pay transcribers, medical records, expert opinions. Sometimes vehicles are involved that we store. So it's anything that we pay on behalf of that case.
Teeny Elephant, go study.
So they
You've
have
seen
to
her
come out of
testimony.
recovery
You won't
too,
miss
right?
anything.
That's
It'll be fine.
correct.
Go study.
That's separate
Bye.
from the attorney's fees, right?
Correct.
All right, so when y'all settle a case, you're going to get your attorney's fees, but you're also going to get paid back any costs and expenses you had to litigate the case.
That's correct.
Two separate amounts.
Correct.
All right, and then we've got a lien. Explain to me what a lien is and how those affect disbursements.
So a lien it could be as simple as paying a doctor's bill that was guaranteed, or it can be paying back subrogation, which means subrogation just means if you had insurance that covered it personally, your Blue Cross Blue Shield, and we recovered money, Blue Cross Blue Shield or Medicare and Medicaid, if you had that, would then be seeking their money back. So that would be a lien.
Sometimes if somebody who got injured, like in a car wreck or something, might have
We will
medical
hear
bills, and
what
there's a
his
lien for
finances
that.
were like
Yes,
And sometimes
when Palmetto State
funds
Bank
might be withheld
testifies.
to satisfy those medical bills.
that's correct too.
Is it common for the law firm to then negotiate with the medical provider, like a hospital or whatever, and see if you can get that medical bill down to a number they'll settle for?
That is correct.
And then if you save any money between what their bill was and what you get them to accept, is that additional money that
Oh.
should go back to the client?
That's right.
We
Those are
absolutely
very common in
stand
these types of
competence.
cases.
Yes, and generally, we will not hold up dispersing the money to the client, waiting on that to happen because it can take a while. So we may have a disbursement that leaves some money in our account, the balance of those bills while we're negotiating them, and then we'll do a second
I
disbursement.
think she's
to pay those
great.
clients that money.
She was
or
like-
the provider the money.
What you're not
So
going
you
to
pay
do
the
is
big
not let
amount
me do my
first,
job,
and
and I'm
if
going
you're
to do
lucky
my
enough to
job.
settle for a
And
lesser
that led
amount,
her
then
to
whatever's
literally
left over, you'll sell to
cracking
them.
this open.
Correct.
cracked it all
So then
open.
down here, we have then the ultimate disbursement to the beneficiaries, the clients. Is that correct?
That's right.
All right.
And
then
if
you're
there's
supposed to-
multiple as this one, you would see the split between the two.
Creighton is kneeling
Just
down
real
because that's where
quick,
the
whose
Elmo
signature
is.
that right there?
So
That
he's
is Alex,
And have
pointing
you
to
worked
things
with
on
them
the
for how long, or did
overhead.
work with them for?
23 years, 22 years.
All right. And so you got very familiar with his signature?
Yes,
You recognize that as his signature?
yes.
All right, going back here to this disbursement, we had PMP attorney's fee forge, and then you had that amount.
This sounds much better right now. There we go.
And then what is this
Crack.
next page of this exhibit?
That's the canceled check payable to Forge for $83,333.33.
All right, and you recognize that signature on there?
That's Alex.
And so when we last left off, you were telling Alec that it had been done wrong because it had gone straight from the trust account direct to what you believe to be Forge at the time, correct?
Correct.
And it can't go to a law firm where the tax benefits go away.
That's right.
All right. So you raised those issues with Alec. What was his response when you first talked to him about this?
His response was that he was not worried so much about the tax ramifications and saving the taxes, but that he was trying to get money in Maggie's name due to the boat accident that had happened in February of 2019.
Mm-mm.
Did he
Yeah.
go ahead?
He also brought up the fact that he was friends with Michael Gunn and that was going to try to work with Michael Gunn, putting up some fees during the year as a favor to Michael Gunn and to help him accomplish putting money in Maggie's name.
Did he say anything, and I apologize if you already said this, did he say anything in response to your pointing out that this isn't going to work for the tax benefit?
He said that's fine. He was not worried about the tax benefit so much as getting the money in Maggie's name,
Because of what?
the boat wreck.
Because of the boat wreck. All right. Did that concern you at all?
Yes, it did.
And why did it concern you?
Because that is hiding assets, and we're not going to be part of any hiding assets or any wrongdoing. So we were very concerned that he was trying to do that, and we didn't want to be a part of it.
She's like, I'm not having your fuckery.
At that point in time, did you do anything
Murdaugh.
about it, or did you kind of table the matter for the time being?
We kind of tabled the matter for the time being. I had it kind of set aside, trying to figure out how am I going to account for this in my books, and we were going to go back and talk to partners and kind of figure out what we were going to do.
Ultimately, when is the sort of the drop dead deadline that you have to account for everything in the books?
Usually I will do our final closing and balance all the time, but usually we'll do that final accounting in December. So I really start drilling down and looking at everything and balancing out in December. But I knew I had till December to figure this out. And at that point, I was more concerned about how we were going to put it on our books and also letting the partners know what was going on so we could make sure that it was disclosed to his attorneys with the boat wreck stuff.
She just wanted to do her job.
Just kind of just put that aside, but keep it in the back
She's
of your
like, I
mind.
just want
Right.
to do my job. Let me do my work.
This is in May of what year did this happen?
21.
Later on that month, did you receive a communication of any sort from Alex Paralegal?
I did on Monday,
Who was
May.
that real quick?
That is Annette Griswold.
All right.
She's
And
one of his paralegals.
No.
What communication did she have with you?
So I received an email. I was working in our Waldoboro office that day, and I received an email from Annette that said she needed to talk to me in private, and could I please meet with her when I got back in the office? So when I did get back in the office, we met, and she came to me with another concern that in another file that we had.
She thought it was
And
just
tell me,
hiding
what
assets
file
when
was
she
that?
started
So
pulling on
this
this
file
thread.
we referred to it as the Ferris file. And it was a case with Ferris versus Mack Truck that had a fairly significant settlement. And the concern was that we had only received the expenses. When on this, let me first say, this case was handled by Chris Wilson's firm, and they were handling the disbursement. All the money went through their account, and they drafted the disbursement and met with the client. So if that happens, typically the associate attorney will mail us our fee check and our expense check at the same time.
Let me slow you down. So this particular case, the Ferris case, was Alec Murdaugh the only attorney on that case?
In our firm, I believe he was, but Chris Wilson was the associated.
Is Chris Wilson in PMPED or is he in a different firm?
No, he's in his own different firm.
And does that happen sometimes that two lawyers, one lawyer from your firm and one lawyer from another firm will share a case?
Yes, we have quite a lot of that.
And then ultimately those fees have to be split whichever way they agree to do that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then sometimes if
Blue
the
seems to be
settlement
today's
money
color.
or the trial money comes into that other firm, then they have to disperse the fees and expenses to you.
That's correct.
And tell the jury again, what was Annette's concern? Did she receive part of it but not the other thing?
Annette received only a check for the expenses,
But not the fees?
not the fee, which is unusual. So she had already, unbeknownst to me, contacted my staff to make sure that we had not received that fee prior. And indeed, we
That was from
checked and
earlier,
it had
not
not
this
been.
witness.
So the conversation Annette had with me that day was her concern that we were missing the fee check. And she'd had some conversations with Vicki Lyman, who is Chris Wilson's paralegal. And that led Annette to believe that Alec had already had the money paid to him.
That's the concern that she reported to you?
Yes.
All right. Hold on for me and I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 312. Give me 1 second.
Judge Abby was calling on her way into court, but we're already in court. I'm like, Judge Abby, we're already in court. I wish someone from the state would watch your show. I don't know. They've got their own stuff to deal with. We get to see this witness again, but we get to see it more fulsomely. Can you write us all notes so we don't miss a second of the testimony? Yes, you're all on jury duty in the court of EDB. For sure. For those of you saying I look well rested, it's just because I just blew dry my hair. I'm exhausted and I have very big bags under my eyes. The light helps a little bit. Smart start. This was a question from earlier. I don't think the judge was saying anything was wrong with Shelley Smith's credibility. I think he said if there's inconsistencies in her testimony, if they think she said she only saw a tarp and not the thing, the jury gets to decide what weight to give it, and the defense can argue it. I don't know why that just switched to another courtroom, but if that does that, I'm going to switch feeds. I have no idea what courtroom that is, and that's what is happening.
I believe
I
state
can't.
312 is offered
I
for
can. I am
admission
too
with no additional
distracted.
objection.
That's correct, Your Honor.
I'm switching until that comes back to the court we're in. So
To some emails that are within it.
that was weird.
And, first of all, I'm going to show you this one right here and just see if you recognize that, please.
That was weird.
I do.
Surian, we
All right, tell me
generally
what
don't
that is.
talk
This is an
anime.
email from Vicki Lyman, who's the paralegal.
I do
for
talk
Chris
anime with my
Wilson,
kid, but
to
we just
Annette
generally
Griswold,
don't on stream.
Who's the paralegal for Alec Murdaugh.
This is the
And then
clearest
it-
testimony this whole damn
Annette's
trial. The
questioning,
jury's
why
at
did
least
we get
like, oh, we can
expenses and
follow.
no fee? Vicki replied
And
back,
everyone loves
"Dear friend,
emails.
it's only cost because
nosy.
your boss and mine got their fees once they were signed."
All right. So that's why Annette brought that concern to you.
Yes.
All right. Did you have any conversation with Annette about what to do?
Well, Annette expressed concern about tattling on Alec and perhaps getting in trouble for him or retaliation from him. So I told her-
Retaliation.
What's the concern?
From him.
What's the concern right now?
The concern is,
I just asked her what her concern was, Your Honor.
the concern was that that money had been stolen.
There's an objection, wait. Yes, sir.
What's
He's
the legal
asking
ground?
her what Annette's concern was, and Annette needs to testify about her own concern.
All right, sir. You state the question, please.
I'll restate the question. What was your concern?
My concern was that he had stolen the fees and they were paid to him personally.
that didn't get better for you, Jim.
Did you, in this conversation with Annette, did you
Didn't get
instruct
better.
her
That
to
didn't get
do
better.
anything? Did you send any email?
I sent an email to Annette asking for Annette to get copies of the complete disbursement from Chris Wilson's office, along with a
talk about this
copy
at the
of
break.
what we call the general ledger
think it
printout,
falls
which
within
would
an
show the
exception.
deposit and the checks, and the supporting document to the disbursement. Oftentimes, we'll just get a copy of the
Retaliation was
disbursement.
very
So I asked for
powerful.
the full records like we would have in our office.
And what did you tell
Same.
Annette to do once you sent that email to her?
Annette forwarded that email to Vicki Lyman at Chris Wilson's office.
All right, and I'm going to show you what's been, was part of Exhibit 312, and it's marked as 2374 at the bottom. And just kind of read that email going up. Is that the email that you sent to Annette?
I don't know
Yes.
that case.
And
I'll
is that
have to
the
go
one
look.
that you were asking her to forward on
Yes,
to request additional information
about
from
this
Chris
at break.
Wilson's office to try to get to the bottom of it?
yes.
All right. And if we go to the prior page, is that where Annette forwarded that document on to Vicki Lyman at Chris
This is
Wilson's
all
office?
for
This is,
background. This is all for background. Retaliation did get highlighted by defense, and they tend to
Right, and
object
just real quick, what was
when
the
they wanna
date
derail
on
things.
that email
Creighton
when it
has
was
to not
ultimately
get derailed.
forwarded to Vicki Lyman at Chris Wilson's office?
and stop
that
bleeding.
email was sent on May 27th, but Vicki was out of the office on vacation, so Vicki replied to Annette on June 2nd upon her return.
Okay, and what was the reply?
And the reply was just clarifying what documents that they needed. And at that point, Vicki replies back to Annette that she's not privy to that information, but she'll forward it on to Chris Wilson.
To her boss, Chris Wilson.
Yes.
All right, so have y'all gotten an answer at this point?
No.
Carpe diem,
What's the
thank
next
you.
step? What happens after that?
So we're waiting for a while. And on Monday, May 7th, I went to Alec's office searching for him after lunch.
After you sent this email on June 2nd, did Alec ever reach out to you or talk to you about the inquiries that you were making about where these fees were?
Yes, he actually came in the next day. First thing, Chris did not answer me, but Alec came in the first thing and said, that money's in Chris's trust. Why do you need all this information? And I basically said, we just need it for our records.
Oh.
It's what we have in ours and it's
I bet he
required for
did.
us to keep. He assured me that the money was over there and that he'd get the records and they would get everything that we needed.
And that was some point after June 2nd.
I believe it was the next morning.
This
Did
mostly
you
female
seek him
jury
out,
can
or did he
imagine
seek you out and
exactly
say,
what
"Hey,
that
no, that money's there
conversation
the
was
whole time"?
like.
He seeked me out.
Why are you questioning
And that's what
me?
he told you?
Yes.
All right. Did around this time, did anybody
Why are you
else,
questioning me?
did you have any discussions with any of the other partners about what was going on with this?
I did. I'd initially gone to Lee Cope because he's one of the partners that does a lot of the managing. And he happened to be the one that was in the office.
So he's a
when this
managing
was going
partner.
on that I could find and talk to. And he also helped me come up with the plan of how we were going to handle it. So Alec would not think Annette was questioning. Mark.
Because they were
Gall
worried about
also knew something
retaliation.
about it. So.
They wanted to strategize, so Annette wasn't the one having to deal with it.
Was there any discussion about anyone contacting Chris Wilson?
After we didn't get it, that came later.
That came later.
That came later.
All right. So Alec comes to you and says, all that money's there. What's the next thing that happened that you did?
So the next thing that happened was on Monday, on June 7th, I went looking for Alec.
Let me slow you down. On Monday, June 7th,
Yes,
what year?
21.
June 7th, 2021. What happened?
Went to look for Alec, and when I got upstairs, he was standing outside of his office leaning on a file cabinet. And he looked at me with a pretty dirty look, one I'd not seen before, and said, "What do you need now?"
I bet.
Clearly disgusted with me, which
Woo!
kind of raised my hackles. So I said, well, let's go in your office and talk about it. We went in his office. I told him, I said, I have reason to believe that you received the Ferris money directly to you, and you need to prove to me that you did not. And he assured me again that the money was in there. I told him I still needed to see the ledgers or proof that it was. Again, he told me the money was in there, that we could get it any time. Said he was trying to leave it in there to decide what to do as far as structuring some more money or putting more money in Maggie's name.
You asked him for proof, is that correct?
Yes,
She questioned
Proof that
him.
he didn't have that money.
She
yes.
questioned him. How dare she question
Were you
him?
able to complete that conversation
What do
on
you
the
want
morning of
now?
June 7th, 2021?
I can
It was
see it.
actually the afternoon of June 7th.
Afternoon.
But no, we were not able to complete it during the middle of our conversation. He took a phone call, and the call was saying that his father was in the hospital and that there was nothing more could be done and he was terminal. So at that point, you know, I've known Alec since I was 16 years old, known the family forever. It turned into a personal conversation about how's your dad doing? How's everything doing? You know, what's going on? And I basically thought he was leaving to go to the hospital to attend to his father. So I left the office at that time and we didn't discuss the money anymore.
That's good testimony.
You thought he was leaving to go?
I thought he was going to go to see about his father.
I have thoughts.
He had gotten a phone call about his father June 7th, 2021, correct?
That's right.
Did you have a conversation with Alec later on that day?
We did. Around 4:00, my phone rang, and I remember because I was surprised that he was still there. And Alec was asking me some information about his 401k balance.
And why was he doing that?
He was doing that because he stated he had to get some documents and financials together for a hearing regarding the boat wreck later that week.
He needed his own financial
That hearing was
information
on June
for a
10th.
hearing for the boat case that week, correct?
Stop
That's
repeating your
correct.
testimony, Creighton. You're not asking questions. She thought he was going to leave
know when
to see
the,
his
boat
father.
case
He
was?
stayed at work.
The boat case hearing
I
was
believe it was June 10th,
June 10th?
21, within a few days.
And then he goes
Few
home and
days.
is dicking around with the trees.
Were you surprised to hear from him in the office?
I was, because I thought he was leaving
Thought he was leaving because of the call from about his father.
his father.
And then he goes home and is messing with the trees and acting like everything's fine. And then he doesn't go see his dad. He goes and sees his mom. Why was he? This gives the prosecution room
Did
to
you go home
argue.
at the end of work that day?
I did.
Why didn't he go to the hospital?
Went back home and had a normal evening?
Yes, until about 10:30.
Tell me what happened at 10:30.
I got a call or started getting texts from friends asking if I'd heard if Maggie and Paul had been shot. I didn't know anything about it. They were hearing things on scanners. So I sent texts to a couple of
What?
the attorneys and did not hear back until probably 2:00 in the night. Mark emailed me back or texted me back that they in fact had been shot and killed.
Was that shocking?
It was very shocking,
Was everybody scared?
very scary. You know, nobody knew what was going on, so very scary.
Ooh,
You said this law firm was like
That's
a
a look.
brotherhood, correct?
That's correct.
Did everyone rally to Alec's aid?
We did. Nothing happened that week.
could have just asked what did
at
they do
work.
in response.
Everybody spent time with Alec, trying to support him, bringing family meals, attending the funerals, so nothing happened
Of course they were.
all week.
After the murders happened, was anybody at all concerned about getting the proof for those missing fees after those murders happened at that point in time?
We weren't, because we were concerned about Alec. He wasn't working a whole lot. He was erratic. We knew he was taking pills. We were just worried
Pardon?
about his sanity, so we weren't going to go in there and harass him about money when we were worried about his mental state and the fact that his family had been killed. It just wasn't even on our mind at that point.
Wouldn't be on your mind, would it?
No.
Creighton, stop narrating. It's my job. She's a great witness. Let
As a few
her
weeks went on,
testify.
did you ever receive any communication about those fees that kind of put the matter to bed at least a little bit?
We did. Lee Cope, who is one of the partners, took over. We decided we were not going to press Alec But Lee made some contact with Chris Wilson during that time, asking Chris for information.
And we will hear about that.
And I
This is all
believe after
hearsay.
that, Alex searched me out again and said,
she didn't
hey,
say
I've
what
got
was
that
said.
money. But it wasn't until I believe it was July 19th, I received an email that Chris had forwarded to Alec. Alec then forwarded the email to myself and Lee Cope. And in that email, it said, I am holding the fees for the Ferris case, and he named the amounts and said they are available anytime that you should need them. So we're being told by outside counsel that the money is there.
Did you trust what you were being told?
Yes,
When you got that email, did at least for the time being, that looked like the matter was put to bed?
yes. I mean, these are members of the bar who've taken a sworn oath that we're supposed to trust, and they're telling us the money's there.
Right. Right.
I'm still in exhibit 312. I'm gonna put this up on the screen. Do you recognize that?
She's
That is the
absolutely
email
right.
that I'm referring to.
They took an oath.
And this email comes from who to who?
Comes from Chris Wilson to Alec Murdaugh,
And then it gets sent to who?
myself and Lee Cope
From who?
from Alec Murdaugh.
All right. And can you read to the jury that paragraph right there? What was forwarded to you to sort of put this matter to bed?
Alex, as discussed, I am confirming that I'm holding in trust $600,000 in the Andrell Ferris case and $192,000 in the Denise Ferris case, which represent attorney fees. I will continue to hold these monies in trust until I'm instructed by you and your firm regarding payment.
Does that leave you to believe that those monies have been there all along?
We will hear from Chris
Yes,
Wilson later.
with some hesitation on my part, because it still seemed a little shaky to me. But I've decided that I would have to believe what was presented to me.
Still shaky,
And
she
this,
said.
what's the date on this particular email?
Interesting.
July 19th
So we're just
of
over
2021.
a month after murders, is that correct?
Yes, a little over.
I mean, they've all known each other forever.
Yeah, I take you forward a little bit. Well, let me ask you this. In that time period in July and August, going into early September, is Alec in the office much?
He's not in the office very much, no.
You had mentioned before the first thing that kind of came to your attention, and what case was that?
Hirschberger and Ferris.
All right. At some point in time, does that Hirschberger matter kind of come back to your attention to take a look at that?
Yes, like I said, I had it sitting there on my desktop right in front of me. But due to work and personal obligations and things that were happening that summer, I didn't start looking again until September. And decided to start combing through his fees for the year and just making sure that we had not missed anything else.
Before you go on with that, around that same time as you're doing that, does Annette Griswold come into your office?
She did. Incidentally.
Oh, I thought he said apples.
During the day, after I
Office?
found what I'm about to discuss with you, she walks into the office and had found a check on Alec's desk that was made payable to Richard Alexander Murdaugh, and it was from Chris Wilson's trust account, and the amount, I believe, was $225,000, and it was signed on the memo, Ferris fees.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as
All right, I'm
states
going to switch back to the
313.
other feed so we get our closed captioning
See
back.
if you recognize that.
I swear he said apples.
See if you recognize that.
That's the check I'm just discussing.
All right. Your Honor, this time I would move states 313 into evidence.
No additional objection.
Admitted.
And what is states 313?
That is a check from Chris Wilson's client trust account payable to Richard Alexander Murdaugh Esquire in the amount of $225,000 referencing Ferris fees.
Is it made out to the law firm?
No.
Who's it made out
him.
to?
It's made out to him personally, Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
when you see this check,
Was there mumbling?
what, if anything, is your realization?
That he stole the money, that he'd been lying.
And what's the date on that check?
March 10th, 2021.
All right. So, and that brings you that check, and you're also looking at the forward. You said, explain what you were doing as well when this
Yes.
was going on.
So simultaneously that day, I decided to print out a listing of forged payments to Forge Consulting. And as I was printing those out, I was printing supporting documents and canceled checks. And as the canceled checks hit the back of my printer, I could see Alec Murdaugh's signature on the back. It would say Alec Murdaugh, and a lot of them were Bank of America. And as everyone come out, I started noticing it more and more, and the sickest feeling you could feel in the world. I knew that he was stealing all this money.
I'm sure she
Um,
did. I'm sure
At
she
that
did.
point, William Barnes just happened to call over to my office and said, "What are you doing? How are you doing today?" And I said, "I'm about to throw up.
She's like,
You
"I'm
need
gonna
to come over here."
Barf in the trash
And
can.
showed him the checks, at which point he verified that he thought that was Alec's signature as well. From there, we called Mark Ball. Mark Ball came and looked over the information. We showed him the proof of the check of the $225,000, and Mark noticed that one of the cases that he definitely knew it could not have been going to Forge because it was a workers' comp case.
Which case was that?
That was Thomas Moore.
Keep going.
So he knew that that money couldn't have been sent no matter what. We also
Ooh.
discussed this with Lee Cope. We were trying to decide, how are we going to handle this? What are we going to do? Lee Cope, it was decided that Lee Cope would contact Michael Gunn directly. And
We'll
we
hear from
named
Michael
a few
Gunn.
of the cases. We got a few of the names. Lee contacted Michael Gunn, asked him if there'd ever been, to please verify if there'd ever been any structures with that. And also asked Michael Gunn if they'd been banking at Bank of America. Michael's reply to Lee was that they had not banked at Bank of America in a number of years, and that he was unable to verify that those
I'll talk about this
were
at a break.
indeed.
It's a good
set
question. There's an
structured fees for
exception. We'll
those
talk about it.
clients.
All right, so let me
And also
slow
the
down
defense
real
isn't
quick.
objecting to anything. This goes
You
to
researched
affect
what name in there?
not the truth.
Forge Consulting.
So you're researching in your system Forge Consulting, correct?
Yes.
To see any
It's a dog's life. This would have
instances
been
where it was an Alec
terrifying
Murdaugh
for the
case that went
paralegal.
to Forge Consulting, correct?
Correct.
We're getting to
And
fake
did you
Forge.
find a number of checks?
We did.
You have access to the firm trust account checks on your system.
Yes.
And when you saw those checks, what did you observe that caused that sickening feeling you just described?
That was a good question.
They were made to Forge instead of Forge Consulting, but also the fact that his signature was on the back and the endorsement on the back was Bank of America.
And what did that indicate to you about all those checks when you saw his signature on them?
That they were stolen fees, stolen money.
Because he was endorsing the checks. So if he's endorsing the checks, Creighton, can you explain the endorsing the checks? I mean, the jury knows how to endorse a check, but he's the one endorsing the checks because they're going into his bank account.
That's different from this, correct?
That's correct.
What's being stolen? What, if anything, is being stolen with Exhibit 313?
Really?
The check is being written directly to Richard Alexander Murdaugh. And in the other scheme, it was written to a Forge account, which we realized was a Forge bank account. We found in the office a few days later, bank statements that said Richard Alexander Murdaugh doing business as Forge.
Yeah. Anna H said, as a paralegal, I would have a panic attack. Yeah, the paralegal for Alec, this is his family's law firm. This is 100-year-old legacy
Right. So
with
you
the
said a
Murdaugh
few
name
days
and the
later in
title.
Alex's office, you found
To
some bank
question a
statements.
named
That's
Do
partner
correct.
you remember what bank they were on?
Bank of
about
America.
stealing?
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as
Fucking
Exhibit
terrifying.
335 and see if you recognize that just as an example.
I do.
And what is that?
This is a bank statement from Bank of America with the name Richard A. Murdaugh, sole prop, which means proprietor, doing business as Forge, and it has Alec's home address as the contact on the bank account.
And they found this in
And
his
you found bank
office.
statements on this account in his office, correct?
That's right.
Is this the legitimate forged bank account?
It's the fake forged bank account.
Fake forge. Fake forge. Fake forge. Fake
We don't have
forge.
any additional
Objections.
I would offer a 335, Your Honor, at this time.
Fake forge. Fake forge. This is important testimony because it gives that context to what was going on with Alec.
That was on the account that you found?
Yes,
I like this testimony because two women doing
You
their
called it,
job
quote,
didn't
fake forge.
back
Fake
down
forge.
And why do you call it fake
to this
forge?
power.
because there is a real Forge Consulting, but this was a fake company that he set up to mimic and look like and designed to look like Forge.
The real forge, who's the main guy?
And they
the real
took it
forge?
down.
Michael Gunn.
And does this account right here in Alec Murdaugh's name have anything to do with the real forge?
Absolutely none.
That's probably lacks foundation, Creighton. Just wait till Michael Gunn's on the stand. You know he's going to
Going back
testify.
to Exhibit 313, this check.
Alec
The
thought,
problem
who
is,
are you to
who should
question
have this check
me?
been made out to?
That should have been made out to Peters, Murdough, Parker, Elsdroth, and Dietrich.
And they
To the
did.
law firm, correct?
That's right.
All right, so who is not getting what they're supposed to get in this instance for this check?
The law firm.
When we start talking about the fake forge account, who's generally not getting what they're supposed to get? Is the law firm or someone else?
Generally the client, sometimes the law firm, but generally the client.
Generally clients. All right.
I think the fake forge made it very hard to detect what Alec was doing. And they'll talk about this. They talked about it in her last testimony. None of the clients said they weren't getting paid. So it was never brought to the law firm's attention that there was an issue until the Chris Wilson funds. They never knew. And that was me snapping. For everybody's like, who's snapping? That was me.
Yes, this is a spreadsheet of all the payments made to the fake forge, referencing each client.
I was
and the
yesing
amount
over
that
here
was
by
stolen
myself.
from each client.
And did you prepare that?
I did.
All right. And is this based on an investigation that you had to do in the wake of all of this?
Yes, we did. We also had forensic auditors come in and look at this. We hired former FBI to come in and look at this. And we've also self-reported to the Office of Disciplinary Counsel, which maintains licenses. And
They
we've
reported
turned
themselves
over
to the bar.
10 years of information to them at least and provided them with all this.
Let me see it real quick.
David, I agree. It's a missed
This time we
opportunity
move into evidence states 314.
to call it a forged forge.
Your Honor, we do not have any additional objections provided we understand that it's being offered for the limited purpose for which Your Honor instructed the jury yesterday. That's it's not character evidence. It's only the motive, according to the state's theory.
Yes, sir.
And I think that's a huge miss for the state because
Thank you, Your Honor.
this is character evidence.
All right.
But the defense has not brought up character for truthfulness, but the defense has brought up character. I think that is a miss for the state, and I think they should have fought it out. I wonder if the state is overconfident that this evidence is so bad that it will push that over, and I think that that's a concern as well. But this is the first time Alec's been confronted in court with this. He's been charged with over 99 indictments with
We'll pick
regard
up
to
on your
financial
story a
crimes and
little
other
bit,
things.
You
But he
were
hasn't
saying
had to
that
face it yet.
When Annette Griswold, around the time she brought you that Chris Wilson check that had Alec's name on it, you also were bringing up and searching forge in your system.
that
And
made
that's
me-
when you saw
that's-
all
that's
these,
funny.
quote, fake forge checks, correct?
That's correct.
And you mentioned that you went and talked to some partners about it and that sort of thing, correct?
That's correct.
All right, we're going to talk about that in a minute, but just real quick, as we go to
I mean,
Exhibit 314,
he is the
This is
definition
that
of
spreadsheet
99
that you
problems.
prepared, is
I think
that
it's actually like
correct? That's correct.
101 now. This courthouse is like 250 years old,
and we have.
if I
the-
remember
what's
Hanley
this right
Painter's
here?
reporting correctly.
That is the date of the check where the funds were stolen from.
All right, and then right here,
That's the client name.
all right, and then right here,
That's what we call the civil action number if it's been filed within the court,
all right, and then the category,
is what type that he did. Most of them are forged payments, or you see a couple other took insurance. So he had a few methods.
all right, and then over here, is that when y'all had to pay the money back?
Yes, so for each one of these, the money that was stolen, all the partners
And
got
answer this
together
when
and
they
had to
stop
put the
talking.
money back
It's
into
a good
client
question.
trust. And we went through and corrected and met with every client and distributed money back to them. That's an ongoing basis still going on.
So for all these clients,
The law
the
firm
law firm had to pay money back.
is
Partners
paying
came
back.
up with money and paid all the clients back
And why did y'all have to pay all that money back?
because Alec had stolen it.
The law firm paid back the clients. So out of his brother's pocket, out of his brotherhood's pockets, they all
We're
are
gonna
paying
talk
back
about
the
these in a
clients he
minute, but
stole
if we
from.
look at the
I can imagine those
bottom, at least
conversations
for this
too.
category, what was the total that you have, at least for this category?
$2,841,512.55.
He's going to repeat that.
And at least in this category, the earliest date we have is roughly what year?
2015.
$2.8 million. And the law
All right,
firm
let's
is
go
paying
back
it back to clients.
To early September. Do you remember what day it was that all this was happening?
September 2nd.
All right, and that brings you this check. You're finding these things. You say you talked to some of the partners about this.
Correct.
And what happens after that? What do y'all do?
We had
was
a partner
pale.
meeting at Lee Cope's house the morning
He's looking
of
very red
Friday,
now.
September 3rd.
Is the defendant there?
No,
Is Randy Murdaugh there?
September
Randy
3rd.
is not there initially. Initially, we showed all the remaining partners what we had found.
Oh,
that,
shit.
That he had been stealing. The consensus was, let's get Randy in here and let's show him. So he wasn't blindsided. Randy came in, we presented him the evidence, and he immediately hung his head.
Randy's on the
and said,
screen.
He stole it. We've got to do something about this.
This is the day before the roadside
Go make
incident.
contact with the defendant.
So Danny Henderson and Randy Murdaugh went to confront Alec about it.
And what was reported to you after that conversation?
Also,
The
he
report
stole it. It's
was
total
that
hearsay. They
Alec
should have
had
objected.
admitted that he stole the money and that we were forcing him to resign.
This is the day before the roadside incident. Chris Wilson
In the
confronts
wake
him
of
after
all
this,
that, you
and then they have a
ultimately had to
conversation the
start
next
doing
day. We're
this
going to hear from
review.
that
Is
later.
Correct?
Yes,
And the spreadsheet that we're about to go through reflects those various transactions. Is that correct?
that's right.
And again, the case with regard to the financial crimes is stronger. How is what Randy said not
We go to the
hearsay?
jury room, please do not discuss the case.
They're taking a break. We're going to answer some questions. What Randy said is absolutely hearsay. Nobody objected. You know, his brother said he stole it. We have to do something. Is absolutely hearsay. All right. Let's see if the attorneys put on anything on the record after the jury leaves, and then we will absolutely go through the questions that you guys have. For those of you asking for subtitles, the closed captioning is on when they are in court and speaking. My closed captioning for this whole stream will populate after the stream is done. It normally takes a little bit of time. For those asking who else is in the courtroom, I don't know everybody present in the courtroom. I recognize the family. It looks like the court is walking off the bench, so we will have a break. But for those asking who is sitting in the front and stuff, I don't know. The chat does not know, so I'm going to put on audio from the second feed so I can see when court is back and answer some questions. Interesting testimony this morning. Creighton has been repeating a lot of what she said to try to bring emphasis to those points, but let this witness stand on her own. Candace said, I missed judge remarks this morning. He's allowing the GSR from the Raincoat. Yes, he is. We will see that testimony later. But now that they are here, I think they're going to distance from the Raincoat shenanigans for a day or two. I think today is going to be all this evidence. If I'm the prosecution, the order I'm going in today is this witness, then gun from forge to establish that it's actually fake forge, then Chris Wilson, then the attorney that testified at the end of the day yesterday. I would do those in order. So that's what I would do. So I'm going to answer questions. I am truly not too worried about who all's in court, not in court. I'm sure people are in court. I didn't see Chanley Painter this morning, but I wasn't really looking. So let's keep going. Is fake forge a violation of legal law? Is that like lawful law? I think that's like lawful law. Is fake forge a violation of the law? So yes and no. With the fake forge, he was using it. I think it is an act in furtherance of all of the embezzlement and theft crimes. So they are going to use it as an act in furtherance of all the embezzlement and theft crimes. Is it in fact its own separate personation? I don't know if they're going to charge it that way. I think it's a little harder to prove. He was doing it to evade detection of the theft. So it's in furtherance of the theft. So lots of businesses have the same name. That's not necessarily illegal unless you're doing it for unlawful purpose. But it drives me crazy when my hair is down. All of the things that they've charged him with, he used that fake forge to evade detection from the law firm. So on its own, it's different. Donna asked, is she using stolen money instead of embezzling for more of an impact? No, I think they're two different things in her mind because Alec did both. He embezzled from the law firm, but he also stole from clients, and those are two different things. So the theft from clients is very different than the embezzlement, if that makes sense. Embezzling implies the theft from the law firm, where stealing, to me, goes more to the theft from the clients. So it's two things. So, Brianna, how do Mr. Guns compare to Captain America's guns? I don't know. If we're going to be thirsty, I need to know how much hydration to have handy. All the hydration. I think Gun's going to testify. We haven't seen Captain America testify yet. Can't wait for the financial trial when the prosecution tries to get him convicted for the murders. I mean, Anthony, you make an excellent point. And that's the worry about going down this road of all the financial crimes. Yes, there is context here. Yes, it's needed. You saw the defense making their objection that wasn't going to be sustained, but it was, Your Honor, there's a limiting instruction for the jury. They could have asked the judge to read that again. I don't think he would have. He read it yesterday. They asked for that limiting instruction to be read too early, and so we're a little more far afield. This is the most linear testimony we've had this entire trial, which I think creates a problem because if this is easier to follow, you run the risk of them convicting him because he's a shitty dude who's stealing from clients and not because they're convinced he pulled the trigger and killed his wife and son. And that is a problem for the prosecution. They have to make the evidence that points towards murder more clear in their case. The defense is going to go a long way to undercut the murder testimony. It'll be interesting to see how the defense undercuts this. But also Jim Griffin and Poot know all these people. So these cross-examinations have got to be awkward. I'm interested to see some of this cross-examination, but Jeannie's not backing down. She's just like, I'm the CFO. He stole from clients in the law firm, and the law firm is paying it back. Here's the conversations I'm interested in. Here's what I'm interested in. What do you think happened when the law partners went to their wives and were like, hey, Alec has been stealing and we have to pay it back. Alec, the one with 3 homes, the one with the beach house in Edisto, the one with the massive hunting property. Because I can imagine that what the wives said was, are you fucking kidding me that we are ponying up money that Alec stole from his clients? Can you imagine those conversations? These were his friends, his brothers. These are families that would have vacationed together. Their kids know each other. Can you imagine? Can you even imagine? I just. Lou asked question, and this was from this morning. Are they bungling this on purpose because it's him? I feel like they're making simple mistakes. I don't know how many murder trials the AG's office has done. I don't know if this is their style, but we're seeing Creighton clearly is in his wheelhouse with the financial crimes, but we're still getting the same leading questions and the same type of behavior. It's just the evidence is much more linear. Do you suspect this trial is being thrown? I don't think intentionally. I think they want to convict him of everything. I don't think the AG's office has any love for Alec Murdaugh. I'm beginning to suspect both sides are working to let him off because they're afraid of him or on payroll. Well, the defense are his friends. I don't think the prosecution's on payroll. I don't know what to believe in this trial. It's wild. All the evidence handling without gloves. Question, do you think they know this case is harder to prove, so they're using it to get more information included in the financial crimes? The defense did not waive time on this case. So the reason this is going forward faster is because the defense didn't waive time on the murder cases. But the financial crimes all went to grand jury. They have all the information on the financial crimes. So I think it was a smart move on the defense not to waive time on this case. Attorneys often forget that jurors are lay people and not well versed in law and evidence. They do. I appreciate that you have feelings and are not afraid to show them. I definitely have feelings, but I'm giving commentary, so I always tell you where my feelings are. But I'm really frustrated that the prosecution seems so close to this case, they can't break down the steps on how to get there. They've forgotten to tell a story. And if the defense tells the more clear story, then that's an acquittal. The prosecution is just now starting to tell a story, but it's a story of financial crimes. And that's a problem. Beyond whether it is a Tarp or a Raincoat, why would leave evidence at I'm sorry, at something of his alibi makes no sense. Why would he leave it at his mom's house? I mean, I think Alec thought he was never going to get caught if this is Alec. And we see it with this witness. What do you want now? How dare you question me? He has friends in law enforcement in Sled and in Colton County. So I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at all. Good morning from San Diego. With my death wish coffee, enjoy, sleepy pondered, and full conviction that this trial is proof Matlock was a documentary. That's really funny. It might have been. What part of lavish lifestyle don't you understand? The wife. So, I don't know. I'm going back and forth to answer questions, so I don't know what this is regarding. But the mods always remind the chat, so I don't know what that is regarding. But we're going through. I mean, we're just answering questions while they're on break. Let's see. I hope Sled et al. Reflect and review and learn from their handling of the case. I mean, I don't know about that. I still can't believe that we ended up with, well, we didn't want to ask the 25 people to leave the room to do a search warrant. So we just kind of had a look-see. I still can't believe that happened. I'm still blown away by some of this. I'm just still blown away by some of this. So was there afternoon coverage yesterday? There was nothing shown. There is afternoon coverage. That video, I see it up on my channel. So there was afternoon coverage. It should be up. Is reasonable doubt allowed? Isn't there always some doubt? Can jurors vote guilty with a small amount of reasonable doubt? That's an interesting question. We're going to have to go through the jury instruction. The model jury instruction says reasonable doubt or proof beyond a reasonable doubt is not proof beyond all possible doubt. It's proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And so when we get to the jury instructions, we'll go through it more, but it's not proof beyond all possible doubt. It's proof beyond reasonable doubt. But it also says if there's two reasonable interpretations, you must take the one that points towards acquittal. And that is where the evidence is hard in this case because it goes both ways. And a lot of this evidence goes both ways. Can you impeach witnesses in criminal trial? Yes, you can. And it happens often. Don't forget, Miss Shelley's brother was in the courtroom yesterday as seen during that bizarre opening. He can testify to the call. He can, but they're not going to offer testimony that supports a prior consistent statement of a witness is not going to be needed. If Miss Shelley was going to testify to her emotions and why she called the brother, that needed to be done. So that needed to be done. Question, should they have asked for a change in venue? They didn't. The prosecution could have, the defense could have. So I don't know if it would have helped. I don't know how much they could have changed the venue for it to help, truly. And I wonder if the AG's office was confident because they've been running these through grand juries and the grand juries have come back. So I don't know. I mean, they could have, but they didn't. And I wonder if the defense wanted this to be in Murdaugh country where people know him. So I think that's part of it. So Valkyrie said, I heard Death Wish and I came running. King Joshy said, I said in your chat a little bit ago, the raincoat is huge for me. You can disassemble a rifle and could have been in that raincoat. That's a very fair point. I don't know if the prosecution will tie that together for the jury. We have the benefit of having 35,000 people now on break waiting for this to come back, and we're putting things together. The chat mentions things I have forgotten all the time. And so it's really interesting to go through like, oh, I forgot that. It was yesterday afternoon in the chat, or it was yesterday in the comments where somebody said, remember, there was a law enforcement officer that said he didn't know the Murdaughs, but was warned, don't do favors for the Murdaughs and don't let them do favors for you. And that is a huge thing that I had completely forgotten about because we were so wrapped up in fuckery with the raincoat versus the jacket versus the raincoat versus the jacket. And that's not a surprise to me that those moments are going to get forgotten in the trial, because what I think Alec was trying to do with Shelley Smith was offer him or offer her favors. Hey, I know your boss. Hey, I can help with the wedding. But I had completely forgotten that testimony. And this is why you have 12 people deliberate. Some people are going to remember some things and some people are going to remember others. But that was one of the very first law enforcement officers talking about showing up on scene. And I had completely forgot about it. Yes, we know the power of this family, and they're getting around to it again with the CFO of the law firm, Jeanne, saying he had a stare like I've never seen and was like, what do you want? And also talking about intimidation, and intimidation of the paralegal, and the paralegal not wanting to be retaliated against. That was very specific language. If I was on the jury, I'd be asking myself, is this a murder trial or an embezzlement trial? And that is a very fair point, because it can feel, depending on how the jury's leaning, heavy-handed, like they're trying to shoehorn a murder trial because he embezzled. Gingy Probs said, Seckinger, stand here, same. Just finished my it's not hearsay if they said it to me cross-stitch pattern. She did say that in her 404. It's not hearsay if they said it to me, which isn't exactly accurate lawful law, but it's flawless and immaculate sass. I don't think she'll say that in front of the jury. They have not objected to hearsay. Some of this is hearsay. Oh, and there was a question in here I wanted to get to about hearsay, and I am trying to find it in the super chats. Here we go. Aren't her conversations with Annette hearsay? Yes, they are. And the defense didn't object. And they could have gone to some exceptions, effect on the listener. So you were told something by Annette, and then you took action. It's not to prove that what Annette has said is true. It's to prove what the witness did next. So I think some of the stuff with Annette is foundational and is background. But what Randy said, yeah, he stole the money, that's all hearsay. There's nothing but hearsay. And they would normally have to call Randy to elicit that statement, because I don't even think that's effect on the listener. I don't think it explains what happens next, but the defense didn't object. And maybe it's the strategy not to object to make it look like the prosecution has no evidence on the murder trial and is trying to shoehorn this in. Why they bringing this in a murder trial? Well, they had multiple days of hearings on it, and this is to show the motive. Remember, we saw the lawyer yesterday. Say that the world was closing in around Alec, and the world closing in around Alec is part of the problem with, or part of the reason that he committed these murders. Because if his wife and son were targeted by a vigilante, then all of the boat case problems go away. Alec said this was tied to the boat case, and the prosecution needs to lean in, because in Alec's mind, it is tied to the boat case. So does that mean that it's tied to the boat case and somebody targeted them? Who is going to target the Murdaughs? The police are afraid of the Murdaughs. Who's targeting them? I think that's a valid argument, but he thinks it's tied to the boat case, and the prosecution has not yet argued, and maybe they will, that the reason he kept saying it was tied to the boat case is because in his mind it was tied to the boat case. So the boat case goes away if they're targeted. The boat case goes away if they're victims. The $10 million civil case goes away. The criminal case goes away. The expense of the criminal case goes away. All of it goes away. But he was also confronted that day on how the law firm was now pulling the thread to find all of the theft. So it was the house of cards, the undoing of the sweater and the house of cards crashing down and all the different things. But we will see. So we will see. Doesn't the state run the risk of going into finances too much? They do. And they've got to be mindful of that. We can watch 2 at a time, multitask. I definitely got so distracted. Is all this to establish that he is not broke? The theft stuff today is to establish the context of what was going on when he was confronted about the money. She said more money in Maggie's name. More? Yes, she said more. During that testimony, the CFO said that Alec was going to work with Gunn over the year to put more money in Maggie's name than the initial money. I don't think any money actually got into Maggie's name. He was lying about the money moving to Forge. Is there a way to make EDB closed caption so I can understand your comments too? Not until after the stream, unfortunately. It is not a short delay. It ends up on YouTube to do live closed captioning, ends up being quite a long delay, and I can't interact with the chat contemporaneously when there's that long of a delay, unfortunately. So why the break? The court took a morning recess. I don't know. It was like Creighton paused too long in his question, and the court was like, we're taking a break. And it's been quite a long break, or at least it feels like a long break to me. Y'all, how long have we been on break? I don't know. I have time blindness. It feels like we've been on a long break. Question, make the jump to murder diversion. I struggle here. I think a lot will. Question, is it hearsay if Randy says it in her presence to her? Yes. If it's elicited for the truth of the matter asserted, it's hearsay, even if they said it to her. Remember how much we went through this in Depth v. Heard? There are exceptions to hearsay where it comes in for other purposes, but there are things said offered for the truth. It might just be that was Randy's contemporaneous, spontaneous utterance, but he's not a party. Things Alex said are party admissions, but I don't know how they elicit Randy's statement for any purpose other than, salaciousness at this point, and that's not proper. But nobody, again, it's only improper at this point if somebody objects. Need testimony on the wives' tea. Yeah, they're in a legal community like this, where they are the top law firm in the area, the wives are having a lot of conversations about the fact that their families are paying back what Alex stole. That's, they are, because they put it all back in. The law firm has sued Alec, so they're going after him for the money. But much like the Tom Girardi bankruptcies, it doesn't look like there is any money. I mean, not in the U.S. anyway. Was the law firm required to pay back clients, or were they being decent and doing the right thing? I think it's a little bit of both. I think the law firm could have sued Alec first and then tried to pay back the clients second, but I think the law firm also was trying to not have the law firm completely crumble and not have disciplinary action taken against them. So I think it was both the right thing to do, and I think it also probably forestalled. They said this was the first time they discovered it, and they went to go pay it all back, because they are responsible too for what the other partner in their law firm did. He stole a lot, but where did it all go? I don't know. I feel like GPS info from the vehicles would help tie a lot together, and we haven't gotten that yet. We were told in opening statements it's coming, but we haven't gotten it. I lean towards guilty, but think process dropping the ball. Love your commentary. I mean, and that's okay. I'm still in the eye of questions. I am still in the eye of questions realm. Do you think Randy will testify? I have no idea. I know he's on the defense witness list. Am I wrong in thinking it's the women that have blown open the case? Oh, no, it is. It absolutely is. Mandy Matney wrote the article that exposed the settlement with Gloria Satterfield. That was the first thread that started getting pulled, or the first, brick in the wall, or whatever it is. So Mandy Matney first. Then the housekeeper. I don't think the housekeeper the caregiver, if we're talking about Shelley Smith, I don't think the caregiver was trying to blow up in a case. I just think she had the information because she was where she was doing her job when Alec got all up in her business and probably thought she would never say anything against him and she would just do what he asked her to do. And then the CFO and the paralegal did their jobs regardless of who Alec was. And it's interesting. They've known each other since high school. That's very interesting to me. They've known each other since high school. Also, this really does feel like a very long morning break. I'm fascinated. How many bottles of wine and bars of chocolate did the paralegals go through during this time? I can only imagine, and it seems like the CFO had the paralegals back, which is critical here because what you heard the CFO testify to is when the paralegal came to her with this information, she went to a partner in the firm and said, "What do we do to handle it so it doesn't blow back on Annette?" They had her back, but they also needed to strategize it because they knew it would blow back on her, and they protected her. It seems like the absolute right thing to do. Sarah said, "My job is boring AF. Thank you for keeping me company. Yesterday, the judge said the court was at ease." What does that mean? Yesterday, he said that they were on a break, but the judge was still on the bench. Normally, when the judge is on the bench, the court is in session, and then people can't talk or move around or stand up or whatever. So when he said the court was at ease, he was giving everyone permission to take a break, to have a chat if they needed to get up and move around, but that the court was not ending their session. So court was still in session. They weren't at recess, but they also were literally at ease, free to move around. I worry the state is going to start focusing solely on the financial crimes without tying it into this trial. I am very interested to see what the state does. Coming in hot, living for it all. I mean, the jury's going to be interested in some of this. The guy behind Alec looks like the actor Malcolm McDonald, and I can't unsee it. We'll have to see when the court comes back. Alec Murdaugh constantly on the phone, but turned it off the night of the murder when his dad was in the hospital. I think that's why they elicited that information from this witness and from others. We were involved in a lawsuit, and our fees, if it went to trial, would have been 45%. Fair. So she's telling how he stole money from the law firm and clients. Is this related to the murders? He was confronted about it the morning of the murders. The missing Chris Wilson fees is what he was confronted about the morning of the murders. So yes, excuse me. Question, this is not quite as clear as it was the other day without the jury. Well, because he was just leading the entire time and going super fast with it. Is he required to ask the questions differently with the jury present? He was required to ask them differently at the evidence hearing. Nobody objected though. So yes, he's trying to not lead quite as much, but he is. I'm surprised we're still on break. This feels like it could be difficult for the jury to separate out and to limit to the proper purpose. It does. Do we know if that was a real call about his dad? We know that his dad was sick. We know that there were calls coming into Alec's phone. We also know that when they did the download of his phone, he had 73 calls the day of the murder, but his phone log only showed 2 or 3. So I think they were legitimate calls about his dad because we saw the family text messages, and the family text messages showed us that the family was having a conversation about who, what, where, and when they were going to go visit Handsome in the hospital. So we are getting back into session. I'm going to try to still pull up some of the super chats. Thank you for the super chats. If I missed any, I'm sorry. I got way behind. Bring the jury. Bring the jury. I need trombones. No, that's not quite right. Hold on. Bring the jury. Bring the jury. Bring the jury. But where are the billable hours going? AR invoices. They're not doing billable hours. They are a contingency PI firm. So no billables. Am I wrong in thinking it's the women that have blown this case? Oh, we talked about that. No, you're not. Blown this case open. I want to make sure that the people who aren't reading the screen don't take that the wrong way. Yes, it's women that started pulling these threads. The Brotherhood was trucking right along. So Amanda Rhodes asking again, how is this not hearsay? There's a lot of hearsay. Can't get over the irony of forge. Like there's a forged check from a fake forge, the forgery. There is forged check from fake forge accounts. All of the forgery. I don't see how the jury can realistically not hold this
Thank
information
you.
against
You
his
may
character.
proceed.
It's hard.
Your Honor, may it please the court.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Seckinger, before the break, just to reset the table, you had gone in, did you go into Alex's office on June 7th, 2021 for proof that he had
Oh,
not taken
sorry,
the
I've got
Chris
two
Wilson
audio
fees?
tabs open.
Yes,
And then that conversation got delayed,
We're
correct?
professionals.
yes, got disrupted and delayed.
The murders happened.
Correct.
Did you receive an email in July leading you to believe that the Chris Wilson fees were in the account all along?
We did.
And then we moved to September when Annette Griswold, Alec's paralegal, did she bring you a check showing that in fact those checks had been written to Alec back in March of 2021?
That's correct.
I feel
And
like
at
I'm
the
being
same
yelled at,
time,
Creighton.
you were going through the system and looking at payments to Forge, correct?
Correct.
And the real Forge is headed by who? Who's the main guy there?
Michael Gunn.
All right. And then ultimately, though, you determined
That's
these were
true.
going to what you called what?
They needed
Fake
to.
forge.
It was
Fake Forge,
prejudicial.
which was accounts set up to look like Forge, but in the name of who?
Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
The defendant?
Yes.
And then once you uncovered that, that started to pull the thread into a series of things you're about to testify.
Stop. That's
Going
mine.
back the preceding years.
We're
Is that
using the
correct?
thread
That's
analogy.
correct.
Here we
So that's kind
go.
of where we left off?
That's right.
All right.
I think he's excited.
We're gonna
I
go back
think he's
and look
excited.
at states 314, and we're just gonna do these in order and move expeditiously as we can.
Are you asking a question, Creighton? Because that wasn't a question. It sounds like he's cross-examining. It does. And his cadence is very much like he's cross-examining, which is just go through the evidence. That's it. We talked about afternoon coverage. Just curious, has a trial gone on long enough where few jurors have dropped out and has been replaced by alternates? Yes. Does it jeopardize the trial? Not necessarily. But there are trials where they have lost too many jurors
I'll show you what's been marked as,
and they have
states
to
317.
call a mistrial and start again.
So you're to this trial and see if you recognize that.
I think this
I
judge has
do.
been
This
fair
is the
based on what's
disbursement
presented.
Statement for Adriana Hay.
That's my
All
opinion.
right, Your Honor, this time the state would offer states 317 into evidence.
No additional objection, Your Honor.
I agree. The prosecution did not do a great
And
job.
Tell the jury what this is very quickly.
I think
So
we're
this
balanced,
one is a
Rachel.
recovery of $247,500. There's attorney fees of $22,000, expenses of $426.54. And then the settlement proceeds to Forge Consulting for the client's amount of $225,073.46.
Right, and that's the disbursement sheet that was signed by who? Do you recognize the signature on there?
Alex.
All right. And let me put it up on the screen. Here. Was this record, was this found in the files of the law firm?
Yes.
And whose signature is that right there?
Alex,
What's the date on this?
12/20/2018.
And what's the first name of the client here, please?
Adriana.
All right. And we look at this, this particular disbursement, it's got the recovery amount. That's how much money came in. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then we have an attorney's fee.
Yes, and that looks like that's a reduced fee.
All right.
It's a
It's a
fair
reduced fee
point,
as much as
Ladybug.
not. Why did you say it's a reduced fee?
It's not a third or either 40% of the $247,500.
All right. And then we've got expenses. Is that correct?
Yes,
And then finally, we have this line right here. What does that say again?
settlement proceeds to Forge Consulting, $225,000, $73.46.
Did that go to the real Forge consultant?
That went to the fake Forge Consulting.
And who controls the fake Forge account?
Alec Murdaugh.
She's got an eyebrow going on this stuff.
Exhibits after they're in evidence.
What's the legal basis of that objection, Jim? Legal basis. Just
In evidence? Not this particular exhibit.
Yes, Your Honor.
objection. That's not in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Are they not evidence?
All right, and looking at the second page of this exhibit, what is this?
He's not
This is
wrong.
the
Just
check
give
made
the
payable
legal,
to Forge for the $225,073.
just give the legal grounds.
And that went to the fake Forge.
Yes,
All right. Did the law firm ultimately have to pay that money back?
we did,
And why did you have to pay it back?
because Alex stole it.
Good point, Debbie. I can't show it because I tried to do the Apple.
Again, looking at these disbursement
live
sheets, these are
captioning,
prepared by
but
the
it won't
attorneys and their
show
staff,
my
is that
voice.
correct?
That's correct,
And then they're delivered to the finance staff,
correct.
and then the finance staff uses that to do what?
To cut the checks and give them back to the attorney to disperse to the clients.
So this first sheet was delivered to your staff, is that correct?
Correct.
And then they did what?
They wrote the checks as per the disbursement.
And why did they do what Alec Murdaugh requested them to do?
They trusted him and he was their boss, and that's what they thought they should do.
That calls for speculation on someone else's state of
All right,
mind.
going to the next one.
But all right, I guess we just do that now then. I mean, if I'm going to be critical of the prosecution, I need to be critical of the defense. That's not proper evidence. What happens if a juror knows a witness? In this case, it has come up more than once in jury questioning that they knew witnesses, and everyone who said they knew a witness could put that aside and be fair. So
18.
there are witnesses on this.
See if you
There
recognize
are
this
witnesses
document.
on the witness list that might know jurors, or jurors might know them. There was one
Yes,
who had a
this is
cousin
disbursement
testifying
statement
or on
for
the witness
Barrett
list.
Boulware.
All right, Your Honor, at this time I would offer states 318 into evidence.
No additional objection, Your Honor.
Submit it.
All right, we'll put it up on the screen. If you have problems seeing, just let me know and I'll bring it
Okay.
back to you.
I
okay?
can't see Creighton.
All right,
'cause
again, this is the disbursement
You
statement.
don't
for
publish
this
them to
particular
us, and
case.
it's annoying.
That's correct.
And who's the first name of the client, please?
Barrett,
All right. And looking here on this particular one, we have again a recovery, and then we have some expenses, and then ultimately we have this right here. Is that correct?
that's correct.
And who was that disbursement? What did it say on the disbursement sheet?
Forge, but that's the fake Forge.
All right. And do you see a
I do need
signature on there?
trumpet
I do,
fanfare.
it's Alec Murdaugh's.
All right. And going to the next page, you recognize that?
This is the check payable for $279,850 and I believe 85 cents or 65 cents.
All right.
Some of this might be
And, do you
overkill.
recognize that signature right there?
That's Alec Murdaugh's.
Check
And
by
do you
check by
recognize
check.
this writing right there?
That is his handwriting.
All right. And did this money go into real Forge or did it go to the fake Forge?
It went in his fake Forge account.
All right. And did ultimately the law firm have to refund this money?
Again, we refunded the money. Each partner put up money and refunded the money to the client
And why did the law firm have to refund it?
because he stole it.
I'm ready
Who stole
for
Alec
a
Murdaugh stole it.
mini series, The Housewives of
I'm going to go to the third page of
PMPED.
this exhibit. Do you recognize
I wanna know.
this particular check right here?
I do.
All right. And what is that?
So this is an insurance proceed payment from, I believe, Southern Fidelity Insurance in the amount of $75,193. That check never even came through our books. He stole it, endorsed it, and put it in his Bank of America account. And we found a copy of it on his desk later as we were investigating.
September 3rd.
Did the law firm ultimately have to replace that money?
We replaced that money as well.
And there's not much that the defense can do other than make sure that the questions aren't leading and that it's appropriate. The defendant does look like he's about to barf, though. But it is wild stuff. She's going to say he stole it every single opportunity.
Real quick.
He stole it. He stole it. He stole it at every opportunity. That's what she is going to say because she's pissed. Look, he put her job at risk, put the other partners at risk. Parker's, Murdaugh,
Then I believe admitted in
Other
evidence
lawyers'
states
names.
429.
don't remember them all.
Okay, this is disbursement sheet for Hirschberger.
All right. And on that particular one, let me, first of all, I'm going to put it up on the screen. And again, if you can see it, if I need to bring it back to you, let me know. Okay.
Okay,
Lolly, yes. Jeannie's brother-in-law is Russell Lafitte, and she was a key
All right,
witness in
we
the
go over to
trial
the third page
that
of this
convicted
exhibit.
him. It's wild.
And this is a disbursement sheet in this matter. Is that correct?
that's correct.
All right. And we look on this third line and what does it say right there?
The PMPED
Murdaugh,
attorney fee forge,
Diedrich.
All right, and what's the amount?
other lawyers.
$83,333.33.
She said
And
at
that's
the
the one we
beginning.
discussed earlier.
That's the one that first came to your attention?
Yes.
All right. Ultimately, go over to this next check. Do you recognize that?
It's the corresponding check for the payment to Forge for $83,333.33.
Do you recognize that signature?
Alec Murdaugh's.
All right, and you recognize that writing right there on the endorsement?
Alec Murdaugh's.
All right, and this is a check that you thought had gone to a legitimate structure?
Correct.
Where did it actually go?
It went to his fake Forge account, the one in his personal name.
Fake Forge. I mean, because Alex
Let me show you
stole it as the
second
line
part,
of
page of this
the
exhibit. Do
morning.
you recognize this check?
I do.
All right, and tell me what this check is.
This is another check payable to Forge for $91,867.50 for the settlement proceeds due to the estate of Jacob Hirschberger.
All right, and just going back real quick, the first amount of 83,000 and change, those were actually represented what?
Those are our fees that would be payable to the law firm.
Okay, and then this money right here, though, that represented what?
Client money,
All right,
client
and
settlement money.
This
And did
is
it go-
Russell
where did it go?
Lafitte's sister-in-law.
It went to the fake Forge account in Alec's name.
All right, and did the law firm ultimately have to repay that
We
money?
repaid that as well.
So we got two transactions in this particular one. We got the 83.3 and then we have the 91,000. Is that
Yes,
correct?
and I had to correct myself on that one. We're still in the process of paying that one.
All right. And what's the date on that particular one?
December 15th, 2020,
Why are you still in the process of paying it?
And then the date
Because
on,
the partners only
May
have so
12th,
much.
2021.
all right. And that's roughly around the time that that came to your attention as you previously testified?
Yes.
I think it's fair. I think it's fair to go through that to show everything that he did, but it can get a little cumulative. They haven't objected to it. I saw a question that I thought was really fair about why I'm more critical of the prosecution. The prosecution has the burden and the power of the state. So the prosecution cannot engage in shenanigans. The defense's job, I mean, not to engage in improper shenanigans, but the defense's job is to kind of throw spaghetti at the wall and find
Take a
out.
look at it.
So they have very different jobs. So my criticism of, and I was a former
This is
prosecutor, and my
the
criticism of how the
disbursement sheet
prosecutors
for
are doing their
Blondale
job
Gary.
All right.
comes from my own
Go
experience,
put it
but
on
also the
screen
weight,
again. If you need me to bring it to you, let me know.
the weight of their role. The weight of their role
At this
in
time, Your Honor,
a
I'd offer
prosecution.
319 in evidence.
No additional objection.
Admit it.
All right, looking at this, we have, what's the first name of the client here?
Angel,
All right. And looking down, we have a recovery amount, and then what's this third line right there?
Forge structure in the amount of $112,500.
All right. And going to the next page, what do we see?
This is the check payable to Forge in the amount of $112,500.
All right. And did that go to the real Forge or the fake Forge?
It went to the fake Forge in Alec Murdaugh's name.
All right. And whose signature is that?
Alec Murdaugh's.
Going back to the original page, whose
They did a
signature is
good
that?
job
Again, Alec Murdaugh's.
establishing
What's
how
the,
she knew his signature earlier.
The date on that? I don't know if you can see it or not.
It looks like
They did a real good job with that.
4/9/19.
Okay.
With the length
Did
of
y'all have to
time.
repay that money?
We also repaid that money
All right. Why did you have to repay that money?
because it was due to the client and Alec Murdaugh stole it.
She's going to just keep saying that because it was due to the client and Alex stole it. Alec Murdaugh stole it. Alex stole it. We're going to hear a lot of that today. And we're going to go check by check, which we've already watched, but we're going to go by it. Jeanne is an excellent witness, very forthright and not intimidated by Alec at all. She sounds really put off with Alec and the whole business of him stealing and trashing the company's name. Yeah. And putting her job at risk,
Show you what's been
putting
marked
her
as
ethics and integrity
States
at risk.
320. See if you recognize this document.
Does the firm not have insurance to cover this? I don't know how
This
much
is the
insurance the firm has
disbursement
if they
sheet
have
on
insurance.
Christopher Anderson.
And I don't know if insurance would
Your
cover
Honor, this time I'd offer States 320 into evidence.
Additional objection.
attorneys in the chat. I don't
Submit it.
know if malpractice insurance covers a partner stealing it from
Again, we have the
clients.
disbursement sheet. Is
I don't know
correct?
if that would cover.
We do.
All right, and then we have a recovery, is that correct?
Yes, of 750,000,
And then
Just
how
Joe.
much on this disbursement
Yes.
sheet was written to Forge?
750,000.
Every bit of it.
Yes,
And whose signature is that?
Alec Murdaugh's.
Second page,
A check payable to Forge for $750,000.
what's the date on it?
February 20th, 2020.
Did this go to the real Forge or the fake Forge?
It went to his fake Forge personal account.
In this particular case, were there
You
multiple
could just be asking
recoveries?
which
There were
Forge.
multiple recoveries in this one.
All right, so did some of the money actually go to the client back when all of this happened?
Some of the money did go to the client, and when meeting with the client to go over this, he told me that he was unaware of the second settlement.
Thank
And
you
how
for the super
much
chat,
of the
Donna.
second settlement
Appreciate it.
did Alec Murdaugh take?
The 100% of it, the entire 750,000.
Woo! It's a lot.
What's the date on that?
February 20, 2020.
It's over 9 million
recognize that
total in
signature
all the
right there?
That's
cases,
Alex.
but over 2.8 million went into the fake Forge account. So over 2.8 million is what they're talking about now that went to the fake Forge. They talked about the total earlier. They could have just admitted all of this. Creighton wants to go check by check by check. I think it's cumulative, and I think the defense could have objected to it being cumulative because they already went through the total. But Creighton needs to be monitoring the jury's faces and make sure that he's not just really enjoying himself at the moment and making sure that it's not getting lost in the weeds. Because he said over $2.8 million, they could have done a summary exhibit and said, does this summarize it? And then admitted each of these exhibits under it so the jury could go check by check if they wanted to. We also have tax actions now pending against Alec that he didn't pay state taxes. We haven't seen IRS actions, but we will.
I'll show you what's been marked as states 321, see if you recognize this document.
I don't know where the money went.
This is a disbursement statement, excuse me.
Where'd the FTX
To
money go? I
Dion
think it's all
Martin.
in the Bahamas.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, the state would offer states 321 into evidence.
No additional objection, Your Honor.
I don't think the law firm will ever get money back from Alec unless
All right.
his family members
Looking at
know where
this
the money
particular
is.
one, what's the first
and go
name of
get
the
it.
client here?
Dion,
All right. And a couple things. First thing I want to ask about is we have right here, what's that third line right there? What does that say?
says structured for annuity directly to Michael Gunn in the
Remind
amount,
the jury who Michael Gunn is?
he is the
She already
owner
did.
of the Real Forge Consulting.
Trust
that
this
would do
jury to be
structured
smart.
annuities.
Was for that, was there any actual structured annuity directly to Michael Gunn?
We were able to verify later that there was no structured annuity to Michael Gunn.
And what was the effect of having that line in this disbursement sheet when it was prepared by the defendant and his staff?
You can see a line where the payment, it says settlement proceeds structured annuity 500 out. So basically what he did here was create a fake fee or a fake recovery that he took a 40% fee on, $200,000. That $200,000 should have been the client's money, but he faked a fee. It's
Nice.
just phantom money.
So by putting this line in here, right here, with that fake annuity, then 40% of that would be,
It was counted in as fees under his column and on our system.
all right? And so just by that paperwork, poof, you have
Poof, phantom money.
phantom money.
How do we get phantom money that's not illegal? I want,
Did y'all ultimately have to account for that?
We did.
I'm teasing.
the
I think
client?
it's
We
always
did.
illegal. It is. It's fake money.
All right, down here at the bottom, you
They got their
recognize that
poof
signature?
moment.
Alec Murdaugh's,
You see the date?
8/20/2015.
All right, and then moving on to
Thank
the
you
next
to those of you that are
page.
gifting memberships. The law nerds appreciate
And,
it. I appreciate it.
You previously testified that there could be multiple disbursements in the case. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And is this one such case?
Yes.
All right. Right here, I'm looking at the second disbursement, and down at the bottom, can you tell me the date on this?
October 6, 2015.
All right, and down
I
at the
agree,
bottom,
Phantom Money does
right
sound like a
here, what
good
does
band
that
name.
say?
Disbursement to Forge,
And what's-
$338,056.14.
Did that go to the real Forge or the fake Forge?
Went to the fake Forge.
I don't know if it'll come in, but we do know he flew down to the Bahamas after the
Looking at
murders.
the next page, you recognize that?
I just have
That's the
questions.
check payable to the fake forge in the amount of $338,056.14, signed by Alec Murdaugh.
Did y'all ultimately have to pay that back to the client?
We paid that and the $200,000 back
And why'd you have to do that?
because Alec had stolen it.
Going to the next page,
think-
we have another
think-
disbursement in this case. Is that correct?
Creighton, we
Yes.
know now the answer is because
All right.
Alec had
And,
stolen it. That's
what does this line say right there?
the only answer.
Structure to forge marked through $45,000.
Where did that $45,000 go?
It went to the fake forge account in Alec Murdaugh's name.
Going forward, we see this check. You recognize that?
That's
Well,
the
remember, I
check
said we were
payable forge in the
cumulative
amount of
a while ago.
$45,000.
Nobody's
All right, you recognize
Objecting.
that signature?
Alec Murdaugh's,
Recognize that writing right there?
Alec
they-
Murdaugh's,
they
Where did that
talked
money go?
about the total
to the
stolen.
fake forge account in his Bank of America, Richard Alexander
I don't know
Murdaugh
why
name.
they're not
So we
objecting.
had three things here. We had the phantom fee, correct?
Correct,
We had the 338,000 and change.
correct,
We had the 45,000.
correct.
And did your law firm have to pay all that back?
We paid every cent of it back. The
Why'd you-
attorneys put it in because Alec stole it.
Because Alex stole it. But again, when it's getting cumulative, they run the risk of if he is convicted, it becomes too much. But in this instance, the defense isn't objecting to cumulative. They already said he stole a total of 2.8 million. They could have showed her all the exhibits and said, are these the checks that show that he stole 2.8 million? Yes. And then
15.
picked
Did
two
you
or
recognize
three
this?
that were egregious and highlight those two or three, and that's it. And then
This
move
is
on.
another
I'm getting the hiccups. I'm
disbursement
so
for
annoyed.
Elise Mallory.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd offer states 315 in evidence.
No additional objection, no.
Submitted.
It's just, it's a. Ugh. So here
All
we
right,
go.
who's the client's name on this one? Just the first name, please.
Elise,
All right, in this particular, what's the total recovery amount?
$183,528.
And is there an attorney fee?
There is an attorney fee of $30,000, but again, that's reduced, and I'm able to tell that because it's not a third or either 40%.
But that $30,000 ultimately was cut to the firm.
It ultimately was cut to the PMPD.
And who was it credited to, on whose books?
Alec Murdaugh's,
All right, and then there's some fees for about 600 and change, correct?
yes, expenses.
Excuse me, expenses. And so what's the remainder?
They are
The
losing
remainder
the point.
is $152,866 that was payable to the forge, and that's the fake forge count.
All right, and his signature is that right there?
Alec Murdaugh's,
CFOs are in a great position
You
to do
recognize the
things
second
right.
page?
And she did
that
things
is the
right.
check that was payable to forge.
Yes, the other attorneys are paying back Alec
You
Murdaugh's.
see the date on
That-
that?
I
from
can't really
clients.
see that.
I'm going to hand you back States 314, which is the spreadsheet you prepared, is that correct?
Yes,
Look down at the bottom, can you remind the jury what the date is of that particular check?
it was November 30th, 2020.
November 30th, 2020. Okay.
Yeah. Alec ruined a lot of lives, even
Did
if you
any
think
of
he
the
didn't
recovery in
commit
this
these
case
murders.
actually go to the client?
And that one, none of it went to the client.
We have not
Either
seen any of the
went
clients
to
sue, but they are getting
Alex
recovery
fees,
from
or it went to where?
PMPED.
To his fake forge account that
There's
was
no-
doing business as doing business as Forge, the fake account like Bank of
There's no
America.
money.
Was there ever any conversation with Alec about this case as it related to those fees?
There was, later in the summer of 2021, his secretary called over to accounting and said that he wanted to disperse some money to Elise Mallory. And at that point, we informed her that the money had already been dispersed.
This is
So
important.
Then Alec said that he wanted to give a portion of his fee back to the client because she was just a sweet lady that he felt she needed some funds given back to her. We'd like to do her a favor.
Of the $30,000 in fees?
Yes,
That he stole.
Was that after all of that $152,000, the bulk of that recovery for that case has been instead dispersed to the fake forge account?
yes.
Do y'all have to account for that and pay the client back?
We did
And why was that?
because he stole the money.
They could have taken
Going to 322.
a sampling of these, and that's it. So they could have taken a sampling. They're not. And so it is what it is. And so here we are. Question, Emily, what were the clients being told about their monies? Probably the same thing or similar things that the Girardi clients were being told, which I will cover more in tomorrow's Emily Show podcast. The Girardi clients were being told there's
Recognize this.
stuff with the court. It hasn't been distributed. I've got it. Don't worry.
Yes,
we're doing
it's
this. We're
another
doing that.
disbursement that has actually several parts, but it's Jamie and Risher.
Okay. Your Honor, this time I'd offer states 322 into evidence.
No additional objection.
Submit it.
All right, what's the
I
first
mean,
name
I could
on
get behind
the,
mermaid hair.
Jamie and
all right. And looking at this particular disbursement sheet, what is this amount right there?
$90,000.
And what's it made payable to on the disbursement sheet?
Forge,
We see a signature right there. It looks a little different. Do you recognize that signature at
I
all?
still believe it's Alex.
Okay. And going to the next page, what is that?
This is the check payable to Forge in the amount of $90,000.
And what's the date on it?
It cleared on 9/1/16. It was written sometime in August of 2016.
Where did that check go?
It went to the fake Forge account with Bank of America that is in his personal name.
And I think, Dyer, I think this is part of the point, is the
Going to
lengths he
this
went to
page of
steal the
exhibit, do
money.
you recognize that?
Yes, it is.
Because it goes to
And
the
tell me what
lengths
this
he's
is.
willing to
Right.
go.
These were some of those client case expenses that we would collect normally. And what you're seeing here is some costs for employee travel on the first line, but then costs paid to Austin Aviation for some airline services, and then some meals and travel within New York.
We have Austin Aviation. Is that like a private plane?
That is a private plane.
And limousine service?
That's a private limousine.
All right. Did y'all ultimately refund this money to the client?
We did.
Why was that?
We discovered that those were after the close of the case, and there was no way that they could have been done.
They had been billed to the client?
They had been billed to the client, deducted from the client's disbursement, so we reimbursed those as well. when
Like
we were
the
giving
Girardi
our clients the
earrings.
money back.
It's a private jet flight to some football game or some shit. But like the Girardi earrings, Girardi took the money out, bought the scandal earrings, and wrote it off as cost to the client. Those weren't legitimate cost. Cost of flying to a deposition, fair cost. Cost of taking your buddies to a football game on a private jet, not actual costs. So that's some of it. So why would the client need a limousine? They don't. And it happened after the close of the case. But if a lawyer flies for a deposition and stays at a hotel and needs to Uber back and forth, that's all going to get charges cost to the client.
States 323 to your
And that's a legitimate
testimony, see if you
cost.
recognize that.
This is a disbursement for Johnny Bush.
Okay. Your Honor, this time I'd offer states 323 in evidence.
No additional objection.
All right, very quickly.
Is it lunch yet?
Johnny,
Johnny, all right. Down here, we've got, what does that line say?
Forge, $95,000
Where did that money go?
to the fake Forge account that Alec held.
Is that the check?
Corresponding check for the $90,000 with
Recognize-
Alec's signature.
All right.
Have lawyers always been this expensive? Yes. Yes, they have been. But I don't know. I'm not a
Did y'all
generational
have to pay that
lawyer.
money back?
Generational lawyers might have a
Why did
better
you have to pay that
answer.
money back?
Because Alec stole it as well.
Creighton, we get it. Alec stole the money. But I forgot what happened on June 7th, and I've seen this witness testify twice. Maybe this is why the defense isn't objecting. They're just letting the prosecution continue to distance themselves. Because if I'm the defense, I'm standing up in closing saying they want you to bury Alec Murdaugh under a pile of checks. And we're not saying that he didn't.
See if you
What we're
recognize
saying
that.
is that that doesn't mean he's a murderer. And they turn it back on the prosecution.
Yes, this is a disbursement to Jordan Jenks.
Your Honor, this
But-
time I'd offer states 324 in evidence.
How do these
additional
attorneys
objection, Your Honor.
say that they're
Submitted.
honored to represent him when he's stealing from clients? They can say Alec is a
Right
disgrace as an
here,
attorney.
looking at
but
this
it doesn't
particular
make
one.
him a murderer.
Who's the first name of the client?
Jordan,
Right here on this disbursement, what do we have right there?
a payment to Forge in the amount of $85,000.
And just
Okay.
because the court's allowed this in doesn't mean they can't
And whose
object that
signature
this
down at
is
the bottom?
Alec
cumulative.
Murdaugh's,
What's the date?
August 1st,
At least preserve the
2018.
objection.
Looking at the second page, what is this right here?
The check to payable to Forge for the $80,000
All right, and where did that money go?
to the fake Forge account.
You recognize that signature?
That's Alec's signature as well.
There's
All
a
right, looking over the
couple.
next page, what is this?
There's a couple
This is the
docu-series
second
on this.
disbursement with another check payable to
There will be
Forge in the
more.
amount of $65,000.
All right, you recognize that signature?
Alec Murdaugh's,
All right, and what's the next page?
a check payable to Ford in the amount of $65,000 with Alec Murdaugh's signature.
All right, and what date did that clear?
Ruth Joe, that's fair.
October 4th, 2018.
These are contingency attorneys and PI, but like the lawyers in the Britney Spears case are all
Um,
upwards of $1,000 an
This
hour.
$85,000, where did that
But
go?
these are
To
contingency.
the fake Forge,
The $65,000, where did that go?
to the fake Forge account.
Did your law firm have to account for that money?
We accounted for and reimbursed the client due to the fact that Alec had stolen it.
Fake Forge. Fake Forge. Fake Forge. Okay? We know there's a fake Forge. We get that there's a fake Forge. Creighton, he took $2.8 million from clients and the law firm. The law firm has paid it back. We get the point. Fake Forge, fake Forge. Can we move on? Oh, he's already summarized this. This is not, the more he makes this a trial within a trial, the more the defense is absolutely valid in saying they're trying to bury a murder case under a pile of paper.
Show you what's been marked as states 325, your testimony, see if you recognize this.
It's just, I'm tired.
This is another disbursement for Manuel Cristiani.
Your Honor, this time I'd offer states 325.
No additional objection, Your Honor.
That's admitted.
All right, first name,
Manuel,
what does this say right here?
Forge, $70,000.
Going over to the next page, you recognize that?
That's the check payable to Forge for $70,000 signed by Alec Murdaugh.
What's the date of it clear? Your trust account?
August 16th, 2016.
Where did this money go?
Went to his fake Forge account.
These are too
Did you
far
have to
back in
account for this money?
2016.
We did.
Stop it.
Why'd you have to account for it?
This money was stolen. This money still has not been paid back. It's under a court order to be paid into the court because there's some dispute about who it belongs to.
It's
But
2016.
ultimately, we funded it and it's paid into the court, so it came out of our pockets again.
At some point, we are too remote in time, Creighton. I think they could stay focused. They are not. And I just...
I'll show you what's been marked. as
Alex
states
stole it. It went in the
326,
fake
your testimony,
Forge.
see if you recognize this.
Yep, Rob,
This
I
is
saw your
another
comment in the chat. I agree with
disbursement for Mary
you.
Duncan.
At this point, the defense
Your Honor,
lets it
this time I'd
go.
offer states 326.
The defense lets it go and argues.
No additional objection.
This stopped being a murder trial. And the defense at this point
All right.
has a good argument. If the jury's annoyed with
First name
this,
of the
you
client?
let it
Mary.
go.
Looking down here, what is that line right there?
Settlement proceeds to Forge in the amount of $19,500.
All right. See the date?
October 3rd, 2018.
Do you recognize that at all?
Alec Murdaugh's.
That's the signature, you mean?
Yes.
All right. What's this right here on the second page?
This is the check payable to Forge for $19,500.
I'll get this when he
referencing
pauses.
Mary Duncan settlement proceeds.
And what date did that clear?
October 22nd, 2018.
And how much?
$19,500
All right. Where did this money go?
to its fake Forge account.
Did your law firm have to account for that?
We
Yes,
did, and we
because
reimbursed the
Alex
client
stole
for
it.
that
Why'd you have to do that?
because Alex stole it.
Okay. All right. Why does the defense keep saying no additional objection? The defense keeps saying no additional objection because they've already objected to this entire line of evidence. So they are preserving the fact that they're objecting that none of this should come in. They don't agree with the court's ruling on it, but they don't have any more objections to these independent items of evidence. So that's why it's no additional objection. They've already made their standing objection. They object to all of it.
Recognize this.
So that's where we're at. I object to all of it, but nothing else. Nothing short of
This
everything.
is a disbursement sheet for Randy Drawdy.
So that's why.
All right, this time I offer states 327 in evidence.
I'm
No
objecting.
additional objection.
It's
Submit
cumulative.
it.
It's too far
All
in
right,
time.
Disbursement sheet, what line do we have right here?
If I'm the defense, I'm
Forge,
like, they're arguing shit he did in 2016.
$9,569.30.
Do you recognize that signature?
Elliot Murdaugh's.
Looking at the next page,
It's the check payable to Forge for the $9,569.30.
what's the
Okay.
date on it?
It is dated October 3rd, 2017.
You recognize that signature?
Elliot Murdaugh's signature.
Did your law firm ultimately have to account for those funds?
We did, and we reimbursed the client that money as well because it was stolen funds again.
And where did these funds actually go to?
They went to the bank Forge account that was under his control.
Did you have to reimburse it? Yes. Why? Because Alex stole it. Great. And at some point, this is too far back, and the judge is probably waiting for the defense to object, and the defense is like,
I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 328.
Reap what you
recognize
sow.
this?
This is a disbursement for Thomas Moore.
Your Honor, this time I'd offer state 328 in evidence.
No additional objection, yeah.
Submit it.
so that's why they're saying no additional objection, because they've already
All right,
objected.
right here on the disbursement. What's the name? First name?
Thomas,
All right. And what does the disbursement say?
Forge, $125,000.
At this point, they are over eager, it
It's
seems, to
Elliot
bring all
Murdaugh's
of
on the
this in.
left.
Whose handwriting does that look like to you?
It looks like Elliot Murdaugh's as well. Tommy Moore confirmed with us that he did not sign that disbursement.
Dark humor.
Going to the second page, what is this?
This is the check payable to Forge in the amount of $125,000.
Did that go to the real
I
Forge or
don't
the
know.
fake Forge?
Fake Forge,
All right. And whose writing is that right there on the endorsement?
that's Elliot Murdaugh's.
Whose signature on the check?
Elliot Murdaugh's.
Megan Jenkins says, I've checked out,
Did y'all
to
have
which I
to-
say,
Account for that money with the client?
We did, we reimbursed him as well
And why'd you have to account for that?
because it
Because
had been
Elliot
stolen
stole
by
it.
Elliot.
it is dragging. It's getting too far back.
This was after you started to pull the thread and all of that started to unravel. Is that correct?
That's right.
Did he start saying pull the thread
Was-
after I started saying pull the thread? Or we
The,
just thinking the
quote, fake
same?
Forge, as you call it, was that the only thing that you detected as you started to review the activities of Alec Murdaugh while he was a partner in the law firm?
No,
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 329 to your testimony, and just quickly tell me if you recognize that and what it is.
I do recognize this. This is a list of payments that were stolen by being paid to Palmetto State Bank.
Oh, God.
Real quick.
Oh, we're going into the this is in addition to the fake Forge. This we're going to end up far afield in a trial within a trial. They're very eager to get through all of this, but at some point it's too much. And the delicate balance I talked about earlier seems to be paid not a lot of mind to, but this gives the defense a ton of room to argue. And I don't think the prosecution can see
All right, going
both
back
sides
to,
of this. They only see
States
their
329.
perspective.
And
And that's dangerous for prosecutors.
I did.
Is this based on your role as the CFO and going back and reviewing various records and trying to figure all of this
If
out?
they go
Yes,
through another
sir.
set of checks, I'm going to lose
Your Honor,
my
this time
mind.
the state would offer states 329 into evidence.
Oh, wait.
No additional objections, Your Honor, and subject to the court's
Is that a summary
prior
exhibit?
limitations on the sheet.
Oh, just do the summary exhibit and nothing else.
All right, putting this up on the screen. Can you see that all right, or I need to bring it to you?
Yes, and I can see it.
All right. I see up at the top, there's some writing on it. Can you tell the jury what that is real quick?
That was a mistake when I made up the worksheet that we discovered when I got here. Those checks were written in the period of 2012 instead of the 7/5 that I had down. So we scratched through and I initialed my correction.
So that says 2012 and then your initials, is that right?
Yes.
And then over here, what is this right here?
That's the client's name that the money was stolen from,
All right, and then what's that?
the civil action court number,
Linda.
And then the category?
the
Linda.
method that he used to get away with this. And
This
in
is great
payment
information.
is
Thank you, Linda.
Palmetto State Bank checks.
And then this line right there?
The date that we put money back into our trust account to be able to refund the clients.
And then finally, the amount.
$2,079,826.54.
Does this include what was in, we've already gone through in stage 314, the other spreadsheet, or is this different money?
It's additional money.
I bet I can't even make jokes because I'm so annoyed. I can't. I have
Stage
lost.
314,
I have lost my ability to be quippy.
what was the amount, the total amount?
$2,841,512.55.
She said it an hour ago.
And then
They
when
just
we're about to
forgot
talk
because you
about-
bored them.
$2,079,826.54.
Now, you mentioned Palmetto State Bank. This is not the fake forge, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, tell me just generally what you uncovered and how funds were allegedly misappropriated through this method by the defendant.
Palmetto State Bank was the PR on some of these funds.
What's a
And there was
PR?
lines on these disbursements to be paid to Palmetto State Bank. On the surface, they looked okay. When I called and asked the bank to give me information backing up the checks, what had happened to them once they were written to the bank, we discovered that the money had been used for paying things on Alex's behalf, like loan payments, equipment purchases, paying back loans to people he had borrowed money from, and everything was for his use.
And then looking at that, was there an official at the bank who was assisting Alec Murdaugh with these transactions?
Russell
Russell
Lafitte
Lafitte.
was the one helping me convert those funds.
And is Russell Lafitte any relation to you?
Russell Lafitte is my brother-in-law. He's married to my sister's husband.
Did she just say he's married to my sister's husband? I think he's married to my sister, and that's her sister's husband. But she pulled this thread, not realizing that she was going to land her brother-in-law in a federal trial and likely in prison because Russell Lafitte has been
Unstretched.
convicted.
Stage 330 to this trial, see if you recognize that document.
This is the Badger disbursement.
All right.
I'm badgered.
Your Honor, this time I'd offer stage 330 in evidence.
I would like to be the honey badger.
Objection, Your Honor.
I would like to not care. I would like to honey badger it, but I am so annoyed. Oh, my husband's sister is what the chat heard. He's married. Okay. I got so confused. He's married to her husband's sister.
Right, how much were
So
the
in-law,
attorney's
not
fees
her
on this
sister, her
particular
husband's
case?
sister. Thank you. I got so
$1,240,000.
confused.
That's
My
how much
brain
the
is-
attorney's fees were.
That's the attorney
My
fees.
brain is
Right?
tired.
And then if we scroll down this disbursement, we have, what's this number right here?
$1,325,000.
And that pursuant to this disbursement was supposed to be made out to who?
Palmetto State Bank.
All right, and that's completely separate from these attorney's fees in this case, is
I
that
got
That's
correct?
correct.
confused. I'm
It's
so
addition.
tired.
Did those attorney's fees actually get paid into the firm account?
Those did, yes.
And those were legitimate,
Those
correct?
were legitimate.
And they were credited to who?
Alec Murdaugh.
And that's completely separate from this additional $1,325,000 below that, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, and what happened to that $1,325,000?
That
Did I read that correctly?
$1,325,000 ended up being converted into payments on his behalf through the bank.
Okay. The summary was good.
Date on that?
They could,
November 19th, 2012.
they could have stopped at the summary. The summary got the point across.
Now-
she said how the scheme
This
worked.
particular.
They did the
amount
summary.
Right here, well, let me go.
Then just admit these as exhibits to support the summary and stop. They understand. This is not the
I'm going to
point.
show you the page 3 of this exhibit. And Is this an email that
Dr.
you found in
Patrice,
the
I
records
also
of
have
your law
auditory
firm?
processing.
We did.
So
All right, and who is this email from and who's it to?
The email is from Russell Lafitte to Alec Murdaugh.
All right, and what
they
does it
could have
say
done
right
this
there?
shorter.
It says, Alec, can you get Jeanne to recut check 43162 dated 11/19/12 as follows?
He just
And
perked
then it
up.
lists 4 different amounts. And it says, thanks, Russell.
All right. And then below that, the next page, is this another email that was found in the records of your law firm?
It is
And what's the date on this email?
February 6, 2013.
All right. And please, who's the email from?
So this email is from Alec Murdaugh to Russell Lafitte.
All right, and tell the jury what it says.
It gives an amount of $388,687.50, whatever the amount I owe on the Hannah loan, $75K, and whatever the balance would be on the $1,325,000 after these deductions.
And again, remind the jury what the amount that was written to PSB.
$1,325,000.
Is that,
In that email, the last line, Alec asked Russell to email me and request that.
right? Did that actually happen?
Yes,
And so had your staff already cut this check based on the disbursement for $1,325,000?
yes,
And based on this email chain, did you ultimately recut checks made out to Palmetto State Bank
yes, sir.
and the amounts requested?
In the amounts requested.
And those funds,
Okay.
what happened to them?
They were used to pay personal loan payments on Alec's behalf. So again, the funds that he stole and paid obligations that he owed.
Okay, good.
Did you have
We
to
got the
account to your
point.
client for this amount right here?
We did.
And you had to do that because they were misappropriated by the defendant?
That's right.
All right, looking through these checks, are these the checks that were recut by your staff after the request by Alec
Yes,
to
Okay.
Russell and from Russell to you?
correct.
Okay, good. We've covered the Palmetto State Bank thefts. Anything
And
else?
incidentally, in this one, we also
question pending.
reimbursed the client the PR fee because the PR had not done their job. So
Nobody's
we made
explained to
sure
the
that
jury
we
what a
would reimburse
PR
the client
is.
For that as well.
Maybe
Who
tell
was the
them.
PR?
Russell Lafitte.
What's a PR? Nobody has told the jury what a personal
I'm just
representative
slowly
is.
moving through this exhibit, but are these the various checks and how they ultimately were converted?
That's the information that I got back from Palmetto State Bank showing how they were converted.
Okay. To all of you that have stumbled across this trial today, this is still a double homicide trial. They're just going through the financial crimes at length.
I'm looking at this
For
check right
motive.
here, which is the
So when they said 2012,
fifth page of the
well, no, I
exhibit.
was
Can you
already
see the
losing
date
my
on
shit
that?
at that point.
February 8th, 2013.
It's so far afield. If he is convicted when the appeal comes up, going back to 2013
Going to this check right
might
here.
be too
What's the date
unrelated.
on that?
September 13th, 2013.
They still haven't explained what a PR is at all. He asked why refund the PR fees, but he didn't define what a PR is in this context yet at all. Damn it, Creighton, there's a microphone right there. All right, I'm going to answer some questions while he's finding whatever he's finding. Did Alex stand trial for the financial crimes? No, not yet. This one went first. This is the first trial he has faced. He's pled to some, no. He has settled some of the civil cases. He has not dealt with anything criminally. They didn't waive time. This one went first. If the prosecution had the evidence and confidence surrounding the actual charges at hand versus financial crimes, it would be going better for them. I think they have some evidence. They definitely have a circumstantial case, but they have not presented it clearly. The jury is wondering, why are we here again?
Page 331, see if you recognize this.
I don't know when the ME will testify. Maybe last?
This is the correcting disbursement for Arthur Badger that we reconstructed.
And that goes with the prior exhibit, is that correct?
Yes.
This time it offer states 331.
No additional
Strategy-wise,
objection.
should the defense just pass on cross-examination to show the jury this is unimportant? It would be a strong
This
strategy.
just again reflects
I don't know
what
if
you
they
were just
will.
talking about and the repayments of those monies, is that correct?
That's correct, where previously it had the 35,000 And so our total repayment to the client was $1,360,000, which is the 35 and the 1.325.
So the lawyers had to come up with
35 is the,
over $1 million to
PRP.
pay that client.
Yes.
Could this be a strategy to, could his strategy be lose meandering TMI for direct, baiting defense to show argument cards, and then overly relying on recross? I
Show you states
hope not.
332.
That wouldn't be a good strategy. I think he wants to show it all. But there is a desire to show it all. I don't think it all needs to be shown. So it's definitely a lot. Don't feel bad. I heard he's married to my sister's husband too. Still loving your commentary. I heard, that's what I heard, but the chat helped unwind that.
Show you 334
Russell
first and see
Lafitte
if
is
you
married
recognize
to
this
her
document.
husband's sister, but I heard her invert the words. That could just be me.
This is a disbursement to Natasha Thomas.
It's almost 12:30 in the
All right,
east.
Your Honor, this time I'd offer states 334 in evidence.
No additional objection.
Excuse me. Can we have
Thank you,
lunch?
Your
We're
Honor.
bored
While
and
I'm here,
tired.
states 332.
This is the correcting disbursement
courtroom
that
is
we
less
drafted to return the money to Natasha Thomas.
The
Your
jury's
Honor, I'd offer
definitely bored.
states 332 in evidence.
No additional objection.
Submitted.
So I'm going to keep trying to answer super chats as they take breaks to admit evidence. They should be focusing on the stress he was under, not all these details. I agree
All
with you. And once you get back to 2013, everybody's like, and?
Looking at this particular disbursement, again, what's the first name of the client?
Natasha,
All right.
Oh, we'll get,
And we
I
have
want to talk
various
about that
recovery
more.
amounts here, is that correct?
that's correct.
We have the actual legal fees
fair.
received in this case, correct?
Yes.
And who were those actually credited to?
Well, 800 of that is to Alec Murdaugh, and then the other portion of the fee was the $15,000 fee payable to Russell Lafitte as conservator for this case.
And
No.
those fees were actually credited to who?
To Alec Murdaugh.
Why?
And on top of that, though, go down to the bottom and we have this last line. What's that right there?
Natasha Thomas, Palmetto State Bank, $325,000.
That $325,000, where did it go?
It went to Palmetto State Bank and was converted into funds for personal use again, paying loans, buying equipment, et cetera,
Personal expense for who?
for Alec Murdaugh.
Did y'all ultimately have to account to the client for that money?
We did.
And why did you have to do that?
Alec stole that money.
The state is not
You
seeking
recognize that signature
the
right
death
there?
penalty in
Yes,
this
that's
case.
Russell Lafitte's.
What is that check right there? Do you
Oh yeah, the
recognize
jury
that?
is.
This is the check that we
Has to
wrote
be
to
board.
Palmetto State Bank,
And what's the date on that?
12/20/2011.
I think that's fair. Nancy said, if I was the defense, I'd ask him if all that makes him a murderer and then sit down. They don't know what she's
Hold
going to
on.
say though.
Real
She's
quick,
pissed
I'm gonna
at
go
him.
back.
No, God, no.
Just to
Why?
make
No,
sure
no.
on States 330, this was Arthur. That's the case you just talked about a little bit ago.
That's correct.
Don't
The
go
one
back.
with the 1.325 million.
That's correct.
And on this disbursement sheet, what was the date?
November 19th, 2012.
All right. Back to Natasha.
It's ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. Objection, Your Honor. 2012? Just because the judge let this in doesn't mean some of this couldn't have been limited. Some of this could have been
Now, you
limited.
mentioned it was often
defense could
common
object.
for monies to be held back for liens. Is that right?
That's right.
And ultimately, the idea is to settle those liens, like with a hospital or something like that, or Medicaid, and then ultimately pay the client any excess that you were able to settle underneath. Is that
That's
correct?
right.
In this case, were certain monies held back for liens?
There was money held back, yes.
Okay.
So deep in the weeds. So deep in the weeds.
And ultimately, was there an amount that was paid on those liens? And in particular, I'm showing you this line right here that says ACA recoveries.
Yes, there was.
All right.
She even sounds bored. I agree. And I get it, y'all. There are times in trial that are slogging. And and I am much more patient with slogging testimony when it's admitting the bullet casings and going through the foundation of everything that was collected at the crime scene. That's necessary
That particular
foundation.
line, how much was that amount?
This is
$110,965.27.
And was ultimately Medicaid paid back some amount of money?
Yes,
Was it less than their actual bill?
yes,
And so that meant that there was some money left over that should have gone to the client. Is that correct?
correct.
Did that money actually go to the client?
No, it did not.
All right, I'm going to flip towards the end of this exhibit.
okay. And it's hard because we can't see the exhibits, but it's just a lot.
And show you this check. It's actually the last page of the exhibit. Do you recognize that?
Yes, that's the remaining funds that should have been paid to Natasha after
The judge isn't going to
solving that
intercede.
lien,
The
settling
defense
that lien.
has to.
And it was in the amount of $25,245.08.
And can you see the date on that or see when it cleared?
Looks like it was dated maybe 6/13/2012 or either 8, pardon my eyes. And it cleared the bank on
Wait.
8/29/2012.
Do you recognize the signature on
2012.
that check?
Alec Murdaugh's,
All right, and where did those funds go?
those went, again, were converted at Palmetto State Bank into things that benefited him personally, such as loan payoffs, money to them.
Did you ultimately have to account to the client for that money?
We did,
They have
And why'd you
lost
have
the
to do that?
point.
because Alec Murdaugh stole it.
And looking through these documents that are attached here, what are these documents as I slowly flip through them?
That's where the money went. So there was payments made to Mr. Charlie Lafitte. There were boat payments paid. There was payments back to a loan from a conservatorship.
Is that a different case that the firm had?
That is
And who was a conservator on that case?
Russell Lafitte,
And what's the name of that particular client?
Plyler.
And there were loans made from that?
Yes,
Loans to who?
there were loans made from that to Russell Lafitte and Alec Murdaugh.
The jury's going to start
The
objecting
money
in a
from
minute.
this was used to pay back some of that money?
Yes, sir.
The jury's going to be like, objection. Can we have lunch? I love your lipstick color. Who makes it and what is the color
On
name?
this particular check, number
Today I am wearing Gerard
219-721.
Cosmetics
That's Russell
lip
Lafitte's.
liner with lip gloss
Who was
over it,
that
or with
cashier's check made out to?
Randolph Murdaugh III.
just what is this? Lip balm over it. And I think the color I grabbed this morning
Who
was
was
Cher.
that cashier's check made out to?
This is made
There's-
out
I have a
to
link in the
R.
description
Lafitte as
for
conservator for
Gerard to get you a
Malik
discount.
Williams.
Who's Malik Williams? Do you
Malik
know?
Williams was another client that Russell was a conservator for, that Russell loaned money to Alec out of that conservatorship, and this is a payment back on that conservatorship loan.
When
Excuse
you say
me, Creighton?
conservatorship, Russell was put in charge of
They already
dealing
convicted
with,
Russell for this?
clients'
Investing in
money on their
him.
behalf?
Yes.
Do we need to talk
And he
about
was
what
loaning money
Russell's
to
doing?
himself and to Alec?
Yeah, he did out of Plyler. I'm not sure about
Russell got
Malik Williams,
convicted.
but he loaned Alec money out of Malik Williams.
Can we move on? Because they already had that trial in
And the
federal
money
court.
from some of
so
these misappropriations you've identified
Move
was
on,
used to pay those loans
please.
back from the conservatorship.
Correct.
Russell Lafitte is still pending sentencing. Wish they had this much evidence on the murder. I mean, they have some very strong circumstantial evidence. I just don't know if the jury's going to remember it at all. They have the timing. They have him talking about the timing. We'll see what happens with the raincoat. I'm still waiting on the brownish biological material that was on the shotgun. We have the casings match, except I think we're going to have
This is a
defense experts
disbursement for
dispute
Russell
that.
Lafitte as conservator for Hakeem Pickney.
Your Honor, this time it offers state 333 in the evidence.
No additional objection, Your Honor.
Submitted.
All right, a little bit ago, we were looking at a case of Natasha Thomas. Is this case related to that one?
And the
Yes.
defense is going to argue
They're-
they have a
they're both in
lot
the
of
same
evidence of financial
accident.
crimes.
All right.
Doesn't make him a
And,
murderer.
I'm going to show you the disbursement sheet on this particular one.
It's going to
And
take
again,
all
we have a
day.
recovery here, is that correct?
Yes,
And right here, we have legal fees, is that correct?
correct.
And how much were the legal fees?
Objection,
for this
undue burden,
particular
waste
law?
of time.
For this one, there was $4,098,000 that would have been credited to ELEC that were
What?
payable to PMPED. And we also paid Russell a fee, a $60,000 conservator fee.
So out of this
Another
particular
$4 million?
one, there were legit fees earned by, of how much again?
Almost $4.1 million,
In
$4,098,000.
fees?
Credited to who?
ELEC Murdaugh.
Legitimate fees?
On top of that, though, we scroll down
What?
and we have this entry right here. What does that say?
Palmetto State Bank, $309,581.46.
All right. Where did that money go?
Again, that went payable to Palmetto State Bank, and it was used with the other money from Natasha Thomas to pay off loans and for conservatorships and loans that he had made personally, so for Alec's personal benefit.
And right there, do you recognize those signatures?
Yes, I do.
Whose signature is that?
Russell Lafitte,
Whose signature is that?
Alec Murdaugh.
Right here, what is this? The third page of the exhibit.
This is the check payable to Palmetto State Bank for $309,581.46 on the behalf of Hakeem Pickney's settlement.
And did you have to account for that with the client?
We did,
And why did you have to do that?
because Alec stole that money as well.
As we go through this exhibit,
could
are
have
these
picked
some of the various
A
documents?
few examples.
Yes.
Tell the court and the jury what these are, please.
That would be a loan payment
And they
on
didn't.
a boat loan that Alec held personally with the bank.
So now we're just finding out how much Alex
Again,
stole. Now
another
we're
loan
just,
payment for
now
that
we're just
same
here.
Murdaugh Charter Bank loan.
all right.
Check payable back to Mr. Charles Lafitte for a personal loan.
And we don't have to go through every one, but that's generally,
Thank
these are the
God.
expenditures you've identified as personal for Alec.
Yes,
Great. Kathleen, you're holding on to viewers despite the tedium of the testimony. Good job. I don't know if it's me. I think we're all invested at this point, and we have to talk about what this is because you never know what might happen. There are moments in trial where you never know what's going to happen next. We're all hoping that they wrap up and we get to cross, but you never know. So you got to see what happens next. Do you think the defense is letting her go on as grounds for appeal? The defense has already
We've been going for a long time.
lodged their
You had
objections.
mentioned that one instance
I
in
think it's
which
for
there
argument.
was the loan payment that should have gone to Randy Murdaugh that instead went to the defendant.
We already talked
That's
about
right.
that.
And ultimately, that happened twice.
Asked and answered.
It was detected, but he paid it back. Is that right?
that's right.
And the matter kind of went away. Is that right?
That's right.
Were there other instances in which
We're getting back to a
used
point.
the firm credit card
Good.
for
Back to a
expenditures that
point.
were not business related?
He did.
And in those instances, what had happened?
And
We're getting back to a
instances
point.
that he used it for personal, we would deduct it from his annual bonus at the end of the year. And he'd pay it back.
You pay it back and the matter would be forgotten. Is that correct?
Yes,
When those things were happening
Ooh, back to a point.
at the law firm, were you all aware of all of this?
no,
So they would let Alec get away with some stuff.
And
They would let him get away with it and they would take it out of his year-end bonus. That's what they just said.
stand by for me real quick.
Wait, where'd your point go? We were getting there. And I think that's why Jim was like, okay, because the prosecution is using this to say there was all this pressure mounting. And Jim's going to say, y'all worked it out with him all the time. There's no pressure. He paid it back. It was all fine. You took it out of his bonus, yada, yada. There was no problem. That's the defense's argument to all of this is, but y'all were cool. So there's no real pressure because he always got away with it. So it was fine.
All right, sorry about that.
Thank you.
Just real quick.
Tortured us. Jeez, look at all
We
that
all-
paper.
Allowed Alec to pay back the money in those sort of smaller instances. Were you aware of all of this?
no, sir.
When you or your staff received these disbursement funds from Alec and his staff, did they cut them in the manner in which they were instructed?
Yes,
And why did they do that?
because they trusted him.
And in the majority of those instances that involve client money, did Alec Murdaugh also receive substantial legal fees in each one of those cases?
Yes,
And in each one of those cases in which that happened, at least on the ones we've gone through, according to your review, did he also misappropriate substantial money on top of that?
Yes,
How long have you known Alec Murdaugh?
since I was 16, so about 40 years,
Worked with him closely for how long?
22, 23 years.
Did you really know Alec Murdaugh?
I don't think I ever really knew him. I don't think anybody knows.
Thank you. Nothing further.
That was a good last question. That was a good last question. We're gonna get into a little cross-examination.
I'll stand for a moment.
If they're smart, they'll make it. Oh, take a stretch break. If they're smart, they'll make the cross-examination quick, and just go to. If they're smart, they'll just go to the pressure. They just need to go to the pressure. Law and Lumber disagrees with me and says that was so cringe. It counteracts some of the other testimony of I knew Alec Murdaugh. But this is going to the prosecution's point of nobody really knew who this man is. So, stretch break. You know what I'm disappointed in though? When we got to the end, he didn't tie it back to the confrontation on the 7th at all. And he should have tied it back to the confrontation on the 7th. But that, they knew she would say that she never really knew Alec Murdaugh, and that's why they asked that question. So we're going to see a cross-examination. If they're smart, they'll keep it short. I think if they're smart, they'll keep it short. So I hope y'all stretched. Let's see cross-examination. Let's see what their strategy is. Tedium
Examination.
or
Thank you, Your Honor.
just the main points that there was no actual real pressure.
Your Honor, could we renew our request for limiting instruction? We went a half a day hearing all these financial
They read it
misdeeds,
yesterday.
and I don't want the jury to be lost on what the purpose is.
We're all lost on what the purpose is, Jim. Welcome to the weeds.
Any comment, Mr. Waters?
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I gave this limiting instruction yesterday, and I'll repeat it, that this evidence of these financial crimes and other crimes that you're now receiving testimony on it, it's regarding the contention that the defendant was involved in other criminal activity. That is not evidence or proof
Stole it.
of the offenses charged in the indictment, those charges being for murder, 2 counts, and possession of a weapon during the commission of
They're
a
here for
crime, 2 counts. This testimony is being allowed for the limited purpose in assisting the state in proving motive. You may not consider it for purposes of character of Mr. Murdaugh,
I'm
nor may
surprised
you
that's in here.
consider it as evidence that he has the propensity to commit other crimes, or that it is more likely that he committed the crimes with which he is currently charged. It's being allowed based on the state's representation that it helps explain the defendant's motives for which he is accused. And you may proceed.
Keep it short,
Thank you, Your
Jim.
Honor. Good afternoon.
Hi.
You have, show you Exhibit 314. You just put that
The
up.
other counts apart from murder
You
are
do it from
having the
the-
guns while committing the murder.
This is a summary of, was a listing of clients of the firm who the law firm had to reimburse because of Alec's misconduct. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now you have been, the law firm has been working with various law enforcement agencies since September of 2021, I suspect, sharing all of this information.
Yes.
And with regard to Exhibit 314, it would appear that the law firm, just for all of these clients, have paid out over $2.8 million. Is that right?
That's right.
And in a real way, the law firm is a victim of of this conduct.
Correct.
And,
Interesting.
and for each one of these client transactions that the law firm had to repay, I mean, you're aware that Alec has pending criminal charges for every single one of them.
I'm aware of
Ooh, interesting.
And the same with the
Letting the jury know
Palmetto
he'll be
State
punished
Bank.
for it.
matters that you talked about.
Letting the jury
Correct.
know he'll
He has
be
pending criminal
punished.
charges for every single one of them.
Yes.
And we're not here today to try those charges on the financial crimes. We're here,
We're not?
you understand, you're testifying.
Damn.
Because he's been charged
Chat.
with the murder of his wife, Maggie, and his son, Paul.
Chat, we're in the wrong place. We thought we wandered into a fraud trial.
And they were murdered on June 7th, 2021.
Yes, sir.
Now, some of these, it looks like, according to your testimony, that this misconduct has been going on since as early as 2011.
Unfortunately, when we found that out,
Right.
It's going to turn it back around. What weren't you
10
doing?
years before
It's going to turn this right
the
back
murders
around
of
on
Maggie
them.
and Paul, correct?
that's correct. He managed to fool a lot of people, myself included.
Ooh,
Understand.
she's mad.
And I understand you have a right to be very hurt and angry about that. And are you hurt and angry about that?
Oh, yes. I take it very personally. It haunts me.
Fair.
That this happened.
That I let
You feel
this
like
happen.
it happened on your watch and
Yep.
I think anybody would feel normal feeling like that. It's a big betrayal of trust.
And Ms. Seckinger, when I'm asking you these questions, I'm not in any way diminishing your feelings and your anger. I'm just trying to flush out
Here comes the
how
cross
these relate
of how did you not
to
catch
the
this?
murder of Maggie and Paul.
I understand that.
Fair. He tried to ease into it. They all
But it
know
would
each
appear
other.
that it's been going on for years and years and years.
Unfortunately, yes,
Right.
it appears.
And it has cost the law firm in 2021 and still, over $5 million it paid out.
That's correct.
And when we're talking about the law firm, I mean, we're really talking about lawyers in the firm, his brother Randy, correct?
That's right.
They put up over
Johnny
5
Parker, who's now the
million
firm's named after,
already.
Ronnie Crosby,
Right.
Lee Coke,
Correct.
Mark Ball,
Correct.
and others that have come out of their pocket to reimburse clients.
Yes, they did.
When the defense is more clear than the prosecution, it's hard for the prosecution to win. I'm interested to see what
Now, the-
direction he's going with in this.
The forge. Well, let me.
I think this is a
strike
good
that.
point. He can lie and deceive those closest to him and
On
cause
June
them
7th,
tremendous damage to them and their families.
2021, the day Maggie and Paul were murdered, you went to Alec's office sometime in the early afternoon or mid-afternoon and to try to get to the bottom of
Oh, back to the day it happened.
where's the fee
Good.
that Chris Wilson's office says they wrote to you for the Ferris case,
Correct.
right? And he looked at you and he said, "What do you want now?" Right?
Yes, he did when I was coming up the steps.
And you said, "I wouldn't be doing my job if I wasn't up here asking you about this."
That's correct.
And I think you said he kind of had a angry look
He did-
initially.
When I walked up the steps, he gave me a very disgusted look and said, "What do you need now?"
But then once you got in his office, his demeanor changed
He did.
and he assured you that the check was, the funds were still in Chris Wilson's trust account.
He
Right.
did.
And as sort of fast forward in September the 3rd, I believe it was, 2021, Annette Griswold from your firm found a canceled check written from Chris Wilson's law firm directly to Alec Murdaugh, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that check wasn't written to Ford's Consulting.
No, it was written to Richard Alexander Murdaugh Esquire.
So written to
And
him.
all of these papers that you have been introduced in part of your investigation, that's the only time that, at least in these documents that you brought to court, where Alec has gotten a check directly, personally from another law firm, and it didn't go to PMPED, right?
We discovered during the investigation that there had been another time that had happened, but that was not discovered by myself.
Okay. And that was with Chris Wilson's firm also?
Yes.
But all of the other stuff that you brought here and talked about since 9:30 or so this morning involved this fake forge account, right?
Well, no, some of it involved
And
Palmetto
then
State Bank.
there's some stuff involving Palmetto State Bank going back 2010, 2011, 12, 13.
Forever.
Correct.
With regard to the
You guys have great questions in the chat. I will get to them
events of
when we take a break. I want to
June
hear
the
this
7th,
cross.
when you went and talked to Alec
I'm trying not to talk over it.
and you were asking him about where's the fee money. You had previously spoken to, I guess, Lee Cope or someone in the firm.
LECO.
And
Chat. Do y'all find this easier to
and
pay
wasn't
attention
the
to?
concern
Let
at
me
the
know yes or
time
no in the chat.
that Alec was trying to shield
The pacing is very different.
income from disclosure in the lawsuit that where he was a defendant, that where he was being sued following the boating crash where Mallory Beach lost her life tragically.
Yes, at that point, we thought he was trying to shelter money or move money into his wife's name or reduce his income for the year by not claiming tax, by not collecting a fee.
Right. And it really,
It's an intentional change
and one of
of
the reasons you
pacing.
thought that is because you had talked to him about what looked to be an odd way to structure an attorney's fee with the Hirschberger case.
Correct.
And he explained that he didn't care about the tax consequences. He was just trying to get money in the Maggie's name and not his name because of the boating accident.
That's correct.
And that was the concern and alarm within the firm, is that we're not going to participate in any way to shield high income from civil disclosure in a court proceeding.
That's correct.
Because that goes against the ethics and standards of the law firm and lawyers in that firm.
That's correct.
And no one at the time was thinking that Alec was stealing money from the firm, right?
I had my suspicions on whether it was really in there, but we were not pursuing it as stolen money.
And you had seen that, and I think it was May of 2021 or May 12th or something, that a disbursement sheet where attorney's fees went to Forge on the Hirschberger settlement.
Correct.
Now, it's not the first time that lawyers in the firm have previously structured attorney's fees in big settlement cases, haven't they?
Once.
One time? And the way that works is the money goes
She's
from
doing
the
a good job
defendant
of
insurance
just answering
company
the
or
question
defendant
asked right
company
now.
or the source of payment. It goes not to the law firm and then to the lawyer. It goes to some financial entity, whether it's an insurance company or something. And then that money is then paid out in annuity over the years to the lawyer.
That would be the correct way.
And you delay taxes by not taking the money, right?
Correct.
And that's how it was done in the past,
Correct.
the one time it was done.
Right.
And your concern here was that's not how you do it, because it looked like the money came into the firm and then it was written out to Forge structure of a payment according to Alec.
Correct. It would not have been, the way it came in, it would not have been credited to his account. It would have just looked like it was going out as an item, so it would not have been accounted for correctly.
Right.
And he also did not discuss it with anybody in the firm or have permission to do that.
And the one time that it happened previously, I don't know what the amount of the fee was, but the point of the matter is that money never came into the firm.
And the
But all
firm
the
gets a
partners knew
7%
about it,
cut.
you knew about it, and you were able to include it in your calculations,
Yes,
including the 7.5% that the lawyer is responsible for paying into the, I guess, to the
to the kitty.
distribution fund or whatever it is.
So
Yes.
he's getting to
That's sort of a leveling
So-
account that helps
worked out this one
lawyers
time.
who haven't had a good year, brings them up, and, you know, it just sort of smooths out.
Kind of smooths out overhead, the different offices having different costs and
So he's getting
But
to
when
it worked out
Alec
that
had
one
given
time,
you
so
that
he didn't need to be
explanation, and you
stressed about it.
said,
He shouldn't have been afraid.
there's no, that's not proper, you're going to get taxed. And he said that, I don't care. You know, I'm trying to get money in Maggie's name, help Michael Gunn out. I mean,
Question.
you never talked to Alec about the Hershberger fee again, did you?
not to my recollection, not since after the murders happened, we did not discuss any of that.
The, and the Chris Wilson issue was, there's a settlement in the Ferris v. Mack
I'm
truck case.
waiting.
The law firm receives an
To get
expense
to
check to reimburse the
point.
firm for the expenses, but where's the fee? Where's the fee? And that's what started the questions being asked.
That's right.
Okay. And you went in on June 7th to ask Alec about that. You know, you got to show me proof it's in his trust account. Is that right?
Right. I told him we had reason to believe that he had received the money and I needed proof that he had not.
And during that meeting, he received a call that his father was being put back in the hospital.
Or was in the hospital and was terminal, that they had decided that there was nothing else they could do for him and he'd be terminal.
And you took off your CPA hat and your CFO hat and you befriended him
Correct.
because you knew how close he was to his father. Is that right?
I do.
They're
You know,
using this witness to humanize Alec a
father-
little.
Was a
Interesting.
well-known lawyer and was a legacy name in that law firm.
That didn't really mean anything to me. I'd just known him since I was 15, 16 years old. I didn't think of him in terms of
Legacy.
that. I thought of him in terms of a friend and my friend's father.
Right. And the Alec's close to his father
Yes,
Smart.
and his mother
as far as I know.
and
And
his family. He was
and his
close
brother?
to his family.
As far as I know, I had not spent any time with him around his family in over 17 years.
His brother that he stole from.
But after you
They didn't
learned
run in the
that
same
his
circles is what she's
father was
saying.
going back in the hospital or was in the hospital and was terminal, well, just fast forward. This was the 7th of June, correct?
Thanks,
Yeah,
y'all.
The Monday. the
Thanks for
7th.
subscribing.
And on the 10th, Mr. Murdaugh died, did he not?
I believe that was the date, yes.
Okay, just a few days after this, he died
Yes,
of natural causes.
yes.
Okay.
And so when you learned on the 7th that his father was terminal or going back in the hospital, you became his friend and
Jim
you
has
didn't
positioned himself
continue your
right
inquiry
To have a good conversation with this witness. It's just unfortunate
anymore
for
that
the,
day, correct?
No, because I had
Camera.
told him what I needed and he knew what I was expecting to get back. And I was under the impression he was leaving to go care for his father. And in our firm, we're very family oriented and anytime there's an emergency or something we need to do, we grant the person the time off. And I made the assumption he was going to go take care of that.
Right. And
it's a fair
then,
assumption.
then you learned that night that Maggie and Paul were murdered.
Playhouse toys, that's a
Right.
good point.
What was I think you said,
I don't think he's
in your
listening.
testimony that your initial
I
reaction,
think
you
it's
were
just a coincidence.
scared, you were afraid.
Always.
What were you scared of?
Well, When this happened, there
Good
was a lot
question.
of rumors rolling around. Nothing this violent had ever happened. We didn't know who had gone after his family, if somebody was going to come after him, if somebody was going to come to the office and come after him. There was just a lot of dissettlement within the office
They were afraid of a vigilante.
and constantly having to, employees were scared.
But your mind didn't go to.
Be
"Gosh,
careful
I
with
bet he
that.
killed his wife and son because I asked him about the Ferris fee," right?
Ooh,
No.
there it is. Okay. It'll be interesting to see what
Then
the
after that,
prosecution does with that.
You didn't continue investigating the Ferris fee. You let Lee Cope deal directly with Chris Wilson.
Lee Cope advised me that he would take over.
This is a good cross-examination.
But
Some
the inquiry and the Ferris
open-ended
fee didn't
questions.
stop because Maggie and Paul were murdered, did it?
It did as far as talking to Alec.
Well, I mean, Alec told you what he told you, and then the inquiry was, is he telling the truth? And let's deal directly with Chris Wilson, right?
Correct.
So the inquiry didn't stop with Maggie and Paul's murder, did it?
It stopped for a period of time,
How
She's
long?
not going to shake
a
that.
couple of weeks.
Couple of weeks.
Maybe a month.
Maybe a month.
No question pending.
The
Jim,
death of his wife and son got him 30 days reprieve on your investigation into the Ferris matter.
it's a
Is
good,
that- is that what happened?
good question.
Well, it did, and then we received word from Chris. At that point, we still did not receive the documentation, so it did delay receiving the documentation.
Now, let's be clear.
Please.
When you're looking into the Ferris matter and you go in on June 7th, it wasn't reported to you by Maggie Murdaugh that, hey, I think Alec's stealing money. You didn't have any conversation with Maggie about that, did
I
you?
never had conversations with Maggie.
Or Paul, he wasn't involved in any way with the Ferris fee, to your knowledge, was he?
I've never had a conversation with Paul.
And then you go, and Lee Cope's dealing with Chris Wilson's office, and then turns out that Chris Wilson sends an email to Alec saying the money's in my trust account, and Alec forwards it on to you and Lee Cope. Is that right?
Correct.
And once that happened, there was no rush to grab the money out of Chris Wilson's trust account, was there? In July of 2021.
We did not make the rush at that point because we had enough operating money and we were going to come back to it. Typically, the attorney dealing with that case would handle it, and Alec was not in the office very much.
Okay. So the firm had plenty of money to operate, and you just needed to get the money in to
Before
the
the end
firm
of
by
the
the end
year.
of the year when you did the bonuses. Is that pretty much how things were being looked at in July of 2021?
I don't know that we would have waited till December, but we just were not doing it at that point in that summer. It was actually just an irregular summer, both personally and professionally, keeping up with other obligations and time frame to get it.
And so in September of 2021, you're doing your CFO job. You decide to, you had this Hertzberger thing, on your desk, or
They are
I mean, you said it was
going
on your desk.
a
Was it
long way to
desktop, or was
show
that a sheet of paper?
that he
Well, it's
did
kind of
not
where my
benefit
important stuff is
from the
that I need
death
to
of
get
Paul
back
and
to, so
Maggie
it's
in
sitting
this
right on
way.
their monitor right in front of my face.
And you
He's
talked
trying
about
to
you
play
had a
down the
number of
benefit.
commitments and
Yep, he is.
personal issues.
That's their job.
I think you said, I don't want to know about
Yeah.
your personal issues, but what I do want to establish is Maggie and Paul's murder did not cause you to delay in following up on the Hertzberger matter, did it?
She already said it did. She said it delayed a
In
month.
some ways, yes, because the shock of it and the delay and the things going around the office did, but the true delay came in me finding the time to do it.
Yeah, you had a lot of other things going on.
Oh, The true delay came from her not having the time to do it. That's powerful testimony.
And what you
for
decided to
the
do is to
defense.
see if there were some other kind of structured fees that Alec had done in 2021 to sort of, like you did the Hirschberger case, because you needed to know what his gross collections were and how much he owed to the firm. And that's why you looked in September 2021, right?
Correct. And I'm also still suspicious, in my own mind. I wanted to make sure that he had accounted for everything and that we had indeed collected everything.
Right. And so you ran a report at the law firm of
That answer gives the defense a lot of room to argue
clients with
that there was no benefit.
settlements. I mean, tell us what you did.
Well, I started running a report of all the fees that he had collected and started looking through those disbursements. And then it came to me that I could probably shortcut this a little just by printing off payments to Forge. And then I've started focusing on those first.
No, I don't think I would
That's
do
when
that.
I found the checks and the information that I found.
But the prosecution
And
has
that,
to argue it. And the defense
Well,
has
let's
room to
start-
argue
Do you remember about
that he didn't
what his
benefit.
fee
That's
collections
what they
were
need.
about September of 2021?
I've got so many numbers in my head, but they were
Fair.
over $1 million, probably between $1 million and $2 million.
2 to 3 million?
$1 million to $2 million.
$1 million to $2 million of fee income that
He's
he
like,
had
what's a few
collected
million?
Correct.
when you run this report. And
Correct.
did that include or not include the 792 on the Ferris case?
It did not.
So if you add the Ferris case, it could have been over 2 million?
I guess I can't swear to what his number was. I look at numbers all day long, but that's the recollection and range he would have been in.
You introduced 100 things
And
in
after
paper.
this,
It's got to be there somewhere.
after you've learned about this fake Forge account, Alec didn't, I mean, and he was forced to resign from the firm that
That's
the
correct.
day or the next day, right?
The next day.
And so that money that came into the firm was used by the firm to pay off some of these victims, right?
We have done some of that. yes.
Amy, I absolutely agree with you. It doesn't mean he didn't expect a benefit. It just gives
Now, the
defense needs room to argue it based on testimony. They have to argue
discovery
based
of
on
the
testimony,
fake Forge
and now they
account.
have it. That's all.
when you were when you ran the report on Forge, that shocked you, didn't it?
Yes.
This evidence is overwhelmingly
That
bad
information
for
had
Alec.
been in
So the defense needs
the
those little
systems
doors to attack the
of the law
motive.
firm going back, I guess, to 2015 when that fake Forge account was first opened.
I don't know I don't think it was open that far back, but I had no reason to suspect anything was going on. We had no clients complaining about money missing. Trusted him. We had no reason to look.
Right.
He fooled a lot of people, like I said, myself and us included.
And that's a good point. Their clients weren't calling up complaining around June 7th that, hey, y'all need to be looking at Alec because, something's amiss here. That wasn't happening around June 7th, was it?
No, and shamefully, when we did talk to the clients, they talked about how much they trusted Alec and how much he thought of them and how that they were shocked and confused by the fact that he had manipulated them and confused them all these years.
He stepped right into that.
And so it sounds to me
Look at
like
her face.
on June 7th, you didn't observe
She's not
some
backing
pressure
down
cooker
at all.
going off within the firm as to how Alec was handling his business.
I don't know about anybody else's pressure cooker. I knew I was putting pressure on them to get the answers for the Ferris fees.
And it was
She is not backing down at all. That was a great answer.
brotherhood of lawyers that in the past, if they've caught with getting more than what they were entitled to, they had been in the systems for years.
What?
Is that correct?
Correct.
And the tragic murders of Maggie and Paul didn't do anything to affect what was in your systems.
Untimely freeze.
Right. And you just started looking because you had had a conversation with Alec back in May about the Hirschberger fee going to Forge, not in an appropriate structured manner. And
Didn't go to the real
that
Forge
was in
either,
early
Jim.
May, and you never had another conversation with him about that,
Well,
right?
May and June, in between, it was late May and June. The conversations about both were kind of in tandem, because every time we would talk about Ferris, he would bring up, I'm going to structure fees. But it never specifically readdressed the fact that Hirschberger, it did address the fact that he should not be doing this again, and that if he should, he needed to let somebody know. I believe Alec, meanwhile, was going around complaining to my partners about why I was on his case.
To
Oh,
his part.
Yes.
oh,
And
Jim,
the,
shade. The shade. This is
Now,
a
just to be
battle of
clear,
the
the
wills.
Ferris
He just tried to put her in her place.
fee money was,
His partners, because she said, my
it didn't
partners.
show up on any of
Oh.
these reports, and it was all paid into the law firm.
Quick little battles of the
It
wills.
was sometime after September.
Okay.
So here you are on September the 3rd, and you are.
He's trying to still back around like he's the nice
Running
guy,
a report.
but she is,
You
she is,
see a lot of
she
forged
is
checks
not
on
backing
Alex's
down.
client
She's-
files, and you start printing off the check.
That's correct.
That's how you discovered it. I mean, it was that Alex, and not only he's signing checks to
Today is not
Forge,
the
he's
day.
endorsing the checks and putting them into
She
the
is
bank.
not the one.
Correct. And at the same day is when Annette found the check on his office that had been payable to him for the Ferris fees.
Yeah, I was going to get to that. So
Okay.
it just, I mean, that was pure coincidence.
Yes,
That
the
it happened
timing
on
of,
the
the
same
timing of that's pure coincidence. Yes.
They made some good points earlier, and
And
now,
Alex, as you understood, was
now they're letting her
confronted.
testify to things the prosecution
that-
did not and could not
that
ask her
next day
about.
or that
On
day.
Friday morning. I
Oh,
believe that was Friday the 3rd.
Jim,
So it was the same day that you,
she's
I
not
did
having
mine
your
on
shit, my
Thursday,
guy.
the 2nd.
so the second you did
Yes.
yours. Okay.
She's not having it. She is not going to back down at all. But the powerful testimony earlier that they elicited that gives them room to argue against this, because this is overwhelmingly
On the
bad for Alec.
7th in
So
the
they
afternoon,
need those little holes
Alec
about motive.
called you and asked you.
But if they keep
what
going,
his
they're going to get
balance
far
was in
afield
his
of it.
Law firm retirement plan.
Yes, sir.
And he told you he was working on the financial disclosure for the voting accident case.
Yes.
And he had called you
He's gonna
on other
lose his
occasions
point.
to get that balance because he was filling out financial statements for one thing or another, right?
He had before, yes.
And let me, do you know, well, you know he didn't have any life insurance on Maggie or Paul. Do you know that?
I have no awareness of that.
Jim, do you have a point? You had a point at the beginning, but I feel like we've lost it. Are we done? She is very confident in what she saw, what she heard, what she did, what she investigated. And Jim started getting,
No, that's all the questions I have.
oh,
Read that right.
Alec was like, no, we don't have any questions. Take a breath, Creighton. Don't come steamrollering in here.
You were asked some questions about when you
A breath.
had the conversation about the Ferris fees, and what was your concern then with just the Ferris fees back at that point in time on June 7th?
That he was trying to shelter money from the boat wreck or move assets out of his name or either delay collecting fees. So trying to hide income from the boat wreck.
At that point in time, did you have any idea about any of all of this?
I did not.
That's the
You were
pressure
asked
that asking about the boat case is going
About-
to topple all of this.
prior
And it did.
instances in which
Focus on
there had
that.
been like the loan, the double
Focus on
loan
that.
payment and the credit cards, and Alec paid that back, right?
That's right.
And he paid that back
Oh,
and everything was forgotten. Is that correct?
That's right.
You were asked about whether
Focus.
or not all of this was in your systems.
That's correct.
And it was in your systems, wasn't it?
It was.
Since 2011, correct?
That's right.
And he'd gotten away with it all that time.
He did.
There's the breath we were hoping for.
I believe you testified that on June the 7th, 2021, when you went in to talk to Alec Murdaugh, that you had your suspicions, correct?
I did.
What were
You
those
demanded
suspicions?
what? What did you demand from
I
him?
demanded proof that the money was actually in the account. I wanted the ledgers showing the transactions.
And did you tell him what
She
you
didn't wanna
believed?
just
Did you tell him why you
Take
wanted
his
that
word
proof?
for it.
I told him I had reason to believe that he had received the fee payable to him.
And that was on June 7th?
You were asked a little bit about the law firm, and his father was in the law firm or had been?
He had been, yes,
Was his grandfather in the law firm?
yes,
Was there a long history of that family name in this law firm?
yes.
Is it the most prominent law firm in the area?
I believe so, yes,
A very prominent family name?
yes.
All this has been in your system since 2011?
Yes,
And it all got uncovered because of that Chris Wilson fee. It all got uncovered because of
Once
the
the
questions you
murders
asked on June
happened?
7th.
It didn't seem right to be raising those issues with the defendant then, did it?
no, it didn't.
I'll lead the witness.
It is leading.
After the murders happened, did it seem right to you to raise those issues to the defendant?
No, as I stated earlier, we were concerned about the welfare of Alec and the feelings of himself. He was not at work, and we were trying to make sure that he was emotionally okay and able to deal with things before we pressured him about anything.
And then just a few weeks later, as still in,
Because
just
his
in
wife's son
July,
and
you're
dad
still in
died in
shock
3
from all of
days.
these murders?
Yes,
And did ultimately you get an email from Chris Wilson?
I did on July 19th.
And what did that email say?
Chris said that he had the money in the trust available to us,
He's
And-
got the money, so no big deal, correct?
correct?
And now we know from Chris Wilson's testimony that will come in, Alec was working behind the
Did you
scenes
still,
at that
though,
time
in
to
the back of
get
your
it
mind, have some
back.
suspicions going back for a while?
I had suspicions that I didn't really believe that because I'd yet to see the ledger or the proof, and it seemed like there was no reason not to send that to me if something wasn't going on.
She said, show me the receipts now. Whitney, show me the receipts. She's like, I don't believe the shit any of these men are saying to me. Show me the receipts. And what we know when Chris Wilson testifies is that he and Alec were struggling to put that money together. And Chris
But
Wilson
ultimately,
put 100,000 plus of his own money in to fix it. But we're not there yet.
you turn back to these issues and that Chris Wilson check was found.
And that was a thread.
Did that result in the uncovering of all of
That's
this?
the point.
It did.
Did that result in him losing his job at the law firm?
It did.
That's the
Where
point.
his family name had been a fixture there for
He's leading.
decades.
It's all
Correct.
leading.
Did that result in
So
him
much leading.
losing his license to practice law?
It did.
And the defense asked you that. Did that result in him facing a ton of criminal
We just let
charges
him
based on
cross?
all of that?
Yes.
Stop. Just stop. That's it. Just stop. That's it. Just stop.
All of that was on the cusp of being uncovered, was it not?
Yes.
Yes, it
Was
is.
that on the cusp of being uncovered?
Yes.
Creighton is just like,
Any further
nope.
exam?
Very briefly, Ms. Sec,
That was a Creighton cross-examination is what that was.
the finding the Chris Wilson check was coincidental to your work on the Forge account research, correct?
Yes, but as we uncovered the forge, we knew we had a problem.
Understand. And it was the Forge issue that led to all of this.
It would have eventually been the issue if we'd requested Chris Wilson. Regrettably, that we did not at July, we would not have received the money because the money was not in there. We found that out later.
Well, we'll find out about that, but
Yes, we will.
so the Chris Wilson issue is a one-off compared to all these other transactions that you brought here today, right?
That's right.
All right, thank you.
Lunch.
You may step down.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, that was a long morning.
Long
And
morning.
we will break for lunch
Yes, we will.
and resume at 2:40. 2:40.
So I will be back here at 1:35 Central. The court will probably go back on the record, so I'm just going to hold this here, but identical. We're going to talk about what just happened a little bit. Creighton got to the point right at the very end, but it was all leading. He needs to be able to do that without leading, and he doesn't seem to want to do that. He's like, don't wanna at all. Sure don't wanna do that. And that's a strange thing to me. So Miguelina, can we go in and make sure that the afternoon stream starts at 1:35 p.m. Central Standard Time? The court should be back on the record in a minute. I think Creighton made the point well at the end of his questioning that the thread that she was pulling uncovered kind of the rest of the iceberg of what was down there. And that was his point. That is his entire point, that her confronting him about the money for Chris Wilson, he knew that the money was gone, and he knew if they started to look that it was going to become more of a problem. And that is the point. That is what he says is the motive. And the motive doesn't have to make sense necessarily to us. We don't have to sit here and be like, well, would you kill your wife and kid for that? But the defense is going to argue he got a 30-day reprieve. His father was in the hospital and dying and did die. He would have had a pause anyway because of his father being sick. But there was no need then. I guess the judge is off the bench. There was no need then to, get a break by killing Maggie and Paul. That's the defense's argument. The prosecution's argument is that the pressure cooker was just too much and he snapped, I think. I think that's what they're getting to. We know that the prosecution or the defense has called that prosecution theory ludicrous, and they have not thought very much of it. We will see what happens. So I'm going to wait another minute to see if the court is coming back. It looks like they're not. It looks like they have taken, the court did, I didn't hear the court say we will be in recess, but they moved the cameras away so fast as the jury walks out of the courtroom that it is hard to hear. So they might officially be in recess for lunch. I just haven't heard it yet. That's totally possible. So we'll just do a quick summation. And if we interrupt to go back to the court breaking for lunch, then we do. Well, day 12 started the financial crimes portion of the murder trial that we are in the middle of. And the prosecution spent the entire morning with PMPED, well, what used to be PMPED, Alec Murdaugh's former law firm, Jeanne Seckinger, the CFO, going through the fact that she confronted him the morning of the murders about missing fees, that she thought he was structuring money to hide it from the boat case. And then they uncovered an iceberg of theft from the law firm that spanned millions and millions and millions of dollars. And Creighton went to prove the millions check by painful check instead of a summary, which was an interesting choice. The defense is clearly arguing that Alec was not under pressure, that everything where monies had been missing had gotten paid back and it all kind of sorted out in the wash anyway, and that this stuff had been in their system since 2011 because the prosecution went back to 2011 and it hadn't been uncovered. So no, he's not right at the precipice. And this witness really did stand her ground with, yes, once we started looking, we found all of it. And so the prosecution's point is that Alec knew that the jig was up, and the defense's point, yeah, but it had all worked out in the past. This probably would have worked out too. And anyway, they only stopped asking about it for 30 days, and that's not really enough time. So we will see. All right, with that, let's get to some questions, and then we will take a lunch break and be back this afternoon. For those of you that are new, do the subscribing things on the YouTubes. I have a podcast, the Quick Bits podcast is where I break this stuff down week by week. And my timeline of the cell phone evidence back when we were in a murder trial last week is on my Quick Bits podcast and on my Quick Bits YouTube channel. It is shorter than my content here. The Emily Show is my main podcast or my longer form podcast that comes out every week. This week, we're talking about another attorney who's been indicted, Tom Girardi. It was interesting because we got a little bit more of the, kind of the good old boys situation with this witness. She talked about the law firm being a brotherhood. And we also learned how much this law firm is paid back to clients and where that money came from. The money came from the other lawyers, including his brother. So we now have Alec stealing from his brother, stealing from his brotherhood law firm that's 100-year plus legacy of his family's name, and not seeming to give a fuck. So that is going to be argument from the prosecution. Let's get to questions. It's time to fuck around. Can the prosecution call health professionals to depict addiction? I don't think they will. Could they? It would get kind of far afield. Natalie, lawyer chick, the leading is driving me insane. It's driving me insane. Because it feels like he's cross-examining his witness. The defense is letting it happen. The judge says, don't lead the witness. And then Creighton goes right back to leading the witness. And it's wild to watch. It is not supposed to be leading questions. But I also think, Natalie, and I would love to know your thoughts too, I think it can benefit the defense. The defense is arguing this was a shoddy investigation and a railroaded prosecution. So maybe they're letting the railroady questions in to say, see, they're railroading the whole thing. We'll see. All I can think of is Moneyball and Show Me the Money. We've gone into Jerry Maguire's Show Me the Money. He had $10 million in insurance, but they didn't have any. That's what he said. But Alex said in one of the first interviews with police that Maggie didn't work. Maybe he didn't think that she needed insurance on her. This is the definition of woman scorned. Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned for Sega. This woman is pissed. He put her job at risk. He put the firm that she clearly cares about at risk. She stole from their clients and it was on her books. And she said during cross-examination, she feels some responsible for not seeing it because he used the forge to cover it so it wouldn't trigger in their system. It's stunning. And she said, they didn't ask her in this one, but she said which is outside the presence of the jury, but she said in the 404 hearing that none of the clients came to them and said they didn't get their money. And so the clients weren't complaining. No one was complaining to the state bar. This is very different than Girardi. Girardi had hundreds of complaints to the state bars and clients suing him, which is why the CFO and Girardi's also indicted. But she didn't know. Forge, so it didn't raise any red flags. It's a law firm that's moving quite a lot of money, and no one has complained. And that's how it went on for so long. She is standing on righteous indignation. Yes, she is. And she pulled a thread. Let's remember together that this thread that she pulled is going to also land her brother-in-law in prison. She was a witness at her brother-in-law's trial. So her sister's husband is what we've parsed. Her husband's sister's husband is Russell Lafitte from Palmetto State Bank. Palmetto State Bank is under investigation. This didn't just topple this house of cards. It toppled many house of cards. How did the clients not know they were getting their money? It seems that the clients were largely lied to about their settlements. That's what we've learned from Gloria Satterfield's family. They weren't told there was a settlement. The Satterfields didn't know. They didn't know that there was a settlement until Mandy Matney reported on it. So I think when she said that he was very good at reading people, I think she said manipulating people at one point. I think that's what was happening. So Russell Lafitte, the prior CEO of Palmetto State Bank, has been convicted in a federal trial that happened in December. I was listening to y'all on double speed to catch up, and now everyone sounds drunk. That's fair. This would make a great drinking game of shot. No, that's a terrible idea, Cecile. She said it way too many times. Thank you so much for your diligence with the sound. As someone with misophonia, and I hope I pronounced that properly, it is appreciated. The sound is really rough, and the sound gets really rough, but I want to make sure that we also have closed captioning, so I try to go back and forth when I can. I'm an accountant who loves a good financial crime, but even I'm bored. That's fair. It was a lot. Emily, is Jim Griffin's questions under oath? This is a great question, Dale, and this is why I pulled this up. Can he be questioned and impeached in the financial trials based on his questions today? No. Jim Griffin's questions are not evidence. They are just questions. So Jim Griffin is not a witness to the financial crimes. He is one of the attorneys on the financial crimes cases, so he can't be questioned. Unless circumstances get really wild, there's an asterisk because depends, but unless circumstances get really wild. But no, he's not going to be questioned based on his questions in court. And you'll hear a jury instruction at the end if they read them out loud, which they should in the presence of the cameras, like not off screen, but we should hear the jury instructions. There's an instruction that says, and even the opening instructions say, the attorney's questions are not evidence, only the answers. So we know why they think he did it. Now prove how. That's a very fair thing, Christy, and they need to prove how. Where did these prosecutors come from? They are the Attorney General's office in South Carolina. So they are not county prosecutors. They are the Attorney Generals. New TV show based on Creighton, Barney Fife, Mayberry prosecuting attorney. Creighton has had his moments. He clearly likes the financial crimes, but I hate all the leading. It's frustrating. Question, what would the proper evidence be to introduce whether Maggie saw a divorce attorney and may have been close to uncovering his theft? Anyone that saw her at the divorce attorney's office, there's no one really to waive privilege for the divorce attorney and bring the divorce attorney in, but I don't know if anybody would even object at this point. A friend that she told about it, I don't know if that's too far afield. We haven't heard anything that indicates that that's there. If there's text messages from her phone that they uncovered, from her phone that shows it, text to friends, things like that, but we haven't heard anything about that. If she helped crack the case on her husband's sister's husband, then she isn't going to back down on this. Exactly. I mean, and of course she's pissed. This personally impacted her family, and she uncovered it all because she asked questions. And when everybody said when Alec was like, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, she knew in her gut that it wasn't, and she didn't stop looking. She slowed down, but she didn't stop looking. It was really nice of him to leave all the evidence of his money theft in his office. I think that goes a lot to privilege, arrogance, and power. I don't think he thought that they would uncover it. I don't think they thought he would tie it together. And I don't think he thought his brotherhood would question him or allow the women at the firm to question him. I think he thought he was protected. That's purely my speculation. Purely my speculation on that, in my opinion. Do we know if Alec Murdaugh got the proceeds from Maggie's estate? They haven't introduced that into evidence. Paul had a trust fund. Did Alec Murdaugh get that on Paul's death? I have seen no evidence of any of it. I have questions. We'll see. Eric said, I'm a retired corporate and banking lawyer, not a criminal lawyer, but I always thought that the state needed to prove motive only that a death occurred and that the defendant caused the death. You're correct. The state does not need to prove motive, but in a circumstantial homicide case of a wife and child, the jury is going to have questions, and the circumstances the state feels are very important. So no, they do not have to prove motive. Motive is not an element of the crime. But everyone watching this case, and chat, let me know if you're here too. Everyone watching this case that I've seen, the question is, why would he do this? Why? Why would he do it? It doesn't make sense. And then you've heard witness after witness who are Paul's friends. Paul was great. He was best friends with his dad. They had a great relationship. Everything was awesome. But we know, and we're starting to see that everything was not awesome. Alec was acting like everything was fucking fine, and he was stealing for a decade, and no one knew. So getting to the no one really knew Alec is, I think, going a long way, because everyone is like, why? 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 How? Why? If there's life insurance, you don't even have to really go much through the why, but there's not. Why? Why? And that's That's why they need to show it, because the defense is going to show very strongly everything was awesome. This is a great family, and they are being targeted because of the boat case. And Alec brought up the boat case every single time. This is related to the boat case. This is related to the boat case. So I think they have to show it, but no, they don't have to prove it. It's not an element of the crime. Does anyone think the reason they're reaching back so far in the financials is due to support that he was using client firm funds to support his decades-long drug habit? They haven't said much about his opioid addiction, and I don't know if they'll say much more about it. I don't know if the state actually believes that that's where the money was going. It seems the prosecutor is more excited about having a public forum to humiliate Alec on the financial crimes than to prove he murdered his family. I don't know. Does Paul's death make the boat case go away? No. It made the criminal boat case go away that Alec was paying for with these same lawyers, Jim Griffin and Dick Harpootlian. It made the criminal case go away as to Paul. But Maggie's estate just settled with the Beach family. Buster just settled with the Beach family. It didn't make it go away. But what we heard, and we'll see when this attorney testifies, we heard yesterday that the attorney was going to stop seeking the boat case personally against Alec if his family was victims of vigilante justice in the boat case, because a jury's not going to be really empathetic to finding a big verdict against Alec after he's already lost so much. So we'll see. Question: do you think Jim, quote, quote, plays dumb or sounds simple to create clarity for the jury and sway them to their side? Yes. Jim is definitely not dumb. This is all tactic. I think Jim's a bit disorganized, but when he was like, I'm just a city boy, and then he's in there like, did the truck look like it had been mudding? It's like, Jim, come on. We all see what you're playing, but this is part of his strategy. Well, you're not saying that like this means he murdered his wife and kid, right? I mean, you're not here to testify today, X, Y, and Z. It is his demeanor. But when he started cross-examination, everybody was like, oh, this is much easier to listen to. And that is a tactic for the jury as well. His cross-examination to a point had been just easier to follow than Creighton's pacing. And then it got slow in the middle, which is something prosecutors have to be aware of. There is foundation that has to be laid. The stuff picked up at the crime scene, foundation has to be laid. But for the other stuff, it gets too cumulative and you can lose the jury. It's all strategy. Financial tea is too much. Creighton couldn't resist. He couldn't. The tea was scorching and he wanted to pour it all over the courtroom like he was marking his territory with tea. Stories have a beginning, middle, and an end. The prosecution has scattered bits all around. Yes, it's not coherent. Agreed. AM being a bad dude doesn't put a gun in his hand. I agree with all of it. Yep. I'm a little behind, but she did say he is married to my sister's husband. Yeah, I think she just transposed the words and it was confusing for me. Kelsey said, I'm gonna take a nap, hit the goat when the tea happens. We're past the tea, but we'll
give a goat. EJS.
Clients aren't part of the settlement hearings, not necessarily part of the settlement hearings, which is fair, but settlements have to be signed off on by clients. But also, I don't know if Alec's stealing money from them. I don't know if he's having them sign off on the settlements. It seems that he wasn't. They're supposed to, but it seems that he wasn't. The system in which settlements are done needs to be reworked a bit. And I think the states are struggling with how to rework it after Murdaugh and Girardi. Because the question is, how many more? How many more? The poor jury that rearranged work for this. I mean, Alex F said, I just broke into my dark chocolate stash because of this. We don't have to go through every one, but exactly. We don't have to go through every one, but then he did. What kind of an underworld was Alec Murdaugh funding? Mars? I don't know. He did own islands. I don't know where the money went. All of these personal expenses, he could be about, could be about the 20-year addiction. I don't know. All of the personal expenses, if he's paying all of his personal expenses through the stolen funds, where's his legitimate income going? Ended yesterday with gunshot residue on raincoats and starting here. Why start here now? I think it's because they want a little bit. Two things. My brain just interrupted myself. It could be pacing. It could be scheduling conflicts, and it could be to give the jury some distance between the Raincoat Tarp debacle. So by the time they hear the gunshot residue, they're like, oh, wait, there's gunshot residue on this that was found in his mom's house after he's seen him coming in. So it might be to distance yesterday's testimony from when they actually bring in the person who does the gunshot residue. So we'll see if that's what it is. I'm going to do 2 or 3 more questions and then we're going. Creighton needs to make it more clear the more ways to benefit than just financial. I think he's going to go with under pressure with this, but we'll see if under pressure is where he goes. Kate O'Brien said, the more I hear the limiting instruction, the state was 100% right to limit to motive. We're not saying he was a bad person. He is. We're saying he had a motive. If I'm the state, I'd let the judge say it every day. Fair. That's a very fair counterpoint. I think they should bring it up to character as well, but it's a very fair counterpoint that they're like, yeah, we're not bothered. We're not saying it's his character. We're saying it's the circumstance. It's a very, very fair point. Question, can the defense allude to the properties winding up as his assets regarding the boat case? So why would he have murdered her? They would have to bring in evidence of that, but they can bring in evidence of that. Question, are they done with this witness? I like her. Yes, they're done. New witness after lunch. Question, is Jim handling the financial cases too? I think so. I think this defense team is handling all of the cases and this prosecution team is handling all of the cases. Everybody's very far into this. Why didn't the prosecution wait for the financial trials to complete first? This will be the last question, then we'll jump on over to the other stream. I'm going to get some nuggies. Because the defendant didn't waive time on this case, it was a good strategy. We will see if it pays off. But the defendant said, no, we have 90 days to go to trial or whatever it is. We're going to trial. Go to fucking trial. Let's go. So this case came first because he didn't waive time. I think the defense knew down the road that murder charges could come for Alec. And so I think this was a solid strategy for the defense. And I think we'll see if it pays off to their benefit or not. But you can definitely see that the prosecutors are hopping. We don't have a tremendously organized prosecution. There was a lot going on in the Brooks case, but it was a very organized and methodical prosecution, and they did it in short time. The Brooks case was completed within a year of the massacre on the street with the car happening. And it was very organized. This does not feel as organized to me. And with that, we are at the end of the morning of day 12 of testimony. I got to go start packing because of course I've got to get on a plane. I want to see what we're going to get to with tomorrow and how long they're going to go in the day because we're going to be moving. But I will be here today, tomorrow. Tomorrow we've got a podcast coming up. I will be out of the office on Thursday, Friday, but streaming from another location. So we won't have quite all of the fun. We won't have the voice changer.
So we're gonna make it work now.
But we will have some of the fun. I might even pack the goat. I'll put up a chat and see if y'all want me to pack the goat. We'll decide. So I'll see you after lunch. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being Law Nerds. Do the YouTube things, and I will see you in an hour. Bye. You can find all the Law Nerd goodies at lawnerdshop.com. Connect with me on social media at the Emily D. Baker. And don't forget to check out my podcasts, The Emily Show, and the new podcast, Quick Bits, summarizing everything I talk about on my Tuesday and Thursday live streams. You know, when you only have time for just the quick bits.